the WWE world at the moment. Normally, as we said yesterday during our Sunday stream, at this time of year, it can be a little bit quiet. At this time of year, it can be that we're just kind of trying to get through to the new year. And I think there might still be a little bit of that, but CM Punk's arrival at Survivor Series has massively shook everything up. Really has given some energy, momentum, put a big spotlight on WWE right now. So it actually feels like such an exciting time to be watching the product. This isn't a typical December, but then saying that, it's not typical that we would get someone like CM Punk returning at this time of year. And yeah, it's just changed everything. It's just really lifted everything. We even saw him at NXT Deadline on Saturday. So gives you an idea as to like how everything is up in the air at the moment and how wild everything is. And talking of that, we're going to be seeing him tonight. Of course, he's got a decision to make. I don't think it is much of a decision because he's announcing it on Raw. I suppose he's got to announce it somewhere, but I can't imagine him coming to Raw and then saying that he's off to NXT. In fact, NXT being in the running certainly seems a bit silly. I don't know why they included NXT in the mix, but I suppose they're trying to just, you know, mention NXT and let people know there is another brand that he could go to. It would be quite funny if, like he said, I would go to NXT, but after they cut me short on Saturday, they're out the running now, so we're just down to Smackdown and Raw. I'd love it if there was a little mention of them kind of cutting his time, because they just, if you didn't see it, they just started playing his music. And that was it. Like, segment over, we've got things we need to get to. We don't have too much time here, so they didn't have time for any goofing, so that was it. It was cut short. So it'd be funny if he referenced that. That could be good. So we are going to be seeing him tonight. So CM Punk speaks. So we are going to be seeing where he's going to decide. I'm expecting it to be Raw. Obviously, SmackDown have just got Randy Orton. I don't think anyone's really tuning in to see where he chooses. I think it's more what's he going to say. Every time he speaks, every time he's on TV, it's intriguing. So I think it's more about that, to be honest. So we've got that. We've also got Cody Rhodes taking on Shinsuke Nakamura. I said yesterday, this is a match that we would have had at a premium live event if there was one, but there is none in 2023 now. 2024 is the next one, which is going to be the Royal Rumble. So yeah, this is why we're doing the match this week. Which is pretty quick and should be good, should be fun. I don't know how you book it. Both guys need to get the victory, so I'm very interested to see how that goes. As well as that, we've got, I believe it's for the title, it's going to be Rhea Ripley taking on Maxxine Dupri. No title change there. I don't think anyone's expecting Maxxine to become the women's champion. Imagine if that happened. But yeah, no, Rhea Ripley to retain, but how is Maxxine going to look in this match? That's the question. Is she going to look good? She's having to do her learning on the main roster. She didn't really do a great deal in NXT. I don't even think she had a single match. She might have had one on house shows, or she might have had one on like NXT Level Up, but I don't recall ever seeing her in action on NXT when she was originally there. She has since obviously come back with Alpha Academy. So how is she looking? Is she good enough to be in a championship match against Rhea Ripley? We will find out. And as well as that, Becky Lynch is calling out Nia Jax, apparently. Now, I don't know if this is going to be a match tonight, if she's going to call her out, it's going to lead to a match. But WWE put out a little thing saying that Becky and Nia were going to be doing something, but it wasn't quite clear as to what that something actually was. So, Becky Lynch, Nia Jax, there's going to be something there. We're building towards a match clearly between those two. And then the other one we've got is Drew McIntyre. He is going to be in action, I believe, against Jey Uso. So Drew McIntyre, Jey Uso. Obviously, Drew McIntyre snapped last week and took out Sami Zayn So Sami Zayn has just got a little bit of time off. Apparently it's not an injury or anything like this. He just requested a little bit of time off, and that's been granted for him. Very good. Pleased for him. He's had a great year. Maybe well, I think undoubtedly the best year of his career. I think any year where you're going to be main eventing in your hometown for WWE in a championship match like he did at Elimination Chamber, and then you're going to main event night 1 of WrestleMania, and you're going to be tag champs with your best friend. I mean, even though it might not have been the perfect year, you know, he didn't win a world title, it's still undoubtedly the best year of his career. So, yeah, I think he's earned a little break with all the Bloodline stuff he did earlier this year, and WrestleMania, and then the tag title run, and then his battle with the Judgment Day. So he's just out for a little bit, and should be back hopefully very, very soon. And I think that's everything that I've seen, to be honest, in regards to Raw. I think that's everything that's doing the rounds. I can tell you that Dave Meltzer is still trending. I don't know if he's trending for something new or if it's still what it was yesterday. Meltzer is making stuff up. 45 of them have been snapped up. I think they're still going on about the numbers from yesterday. Oh, hang on. Yeah. I think they're still going on about the numbers from yesterday. If you missed this, it was Dave Meltzer said that they had only sold 8,000 tickets for Elimination Chamber, and it turns out it was actually over 30 to 35,000. Now, I think it's just a simple mistake. I think he's looked at the wrong line. I don't think that he is trying to make himself look stupid. I don't get the sense in that, because anytime he makes a mistake, someone's going to spot it, right? It's going to be spotted, and it's going to be reported. There's a lot of people waiting to jump on Dave Meltzer. So I certainly don't think he's done it on purpose, right? I certainly don't think he's done it on purpose. I think he's looked at the wrong line and made a mistake. But, yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild, like, how quickly people are all over him. And still, we were talking about this yesterday, and he's still trending. He's still trending in my What's Happening segment. People are still talking about him. When you're clicking him, it's about these numbers. Which, you know, I mean, look, what I will say is he's got to make sure that he is reporting correct information, of course. You know, he is a journalist. That's what he does. So, he's made a mistake. You have to, confront that face on. But it's wild, isn't it? It's wild. Like, how he's made a mistake, and it's just, like, trending. And, like, there's all this, like, hate and everything. I mean, to be honest, I think it's clearly got nothing to do with the mistake. It's got everything to do with AEW. It's got everything to do with the fact that he seems to not appreciate WWE, and I think that means that he's got a lot of enemies out there now that are ready to pounce if ever he, looks in the wrong direction. It's wild, man. It's wild. It's a wild time for Dave Meltzer. Kian said, I hope you are well. I'm doing really good, thank you, and having a good stream. How is your day? Did you know that Seth and Becky contracts are expiring? Thoughts? And thanks for the reply on the video. Yeah, so I'm trying to get into my comments more than ever before. When I first started, I used to get into my comments on YouTube, but it was really difficult because as the channel grew, it became really difficult to keep on top of everything. And then obviously as toy hunts are getting like hundreds of thousands of views, you're going to get negative comments. And so for some reason I was just seeing like the negative comments rather than the positive ones, and I was like, do you know what, I don't need this. So I kind of left the comment section, to be honest. But I can't really leave the comment section anymore because now I'm asking you in those LOL videos, give me your suggestions for future funny videos, funny moments in wrestling. Don't leave them on the streams. I've got a system. Put them in the comments of those videos, right? So I've got a system where I take like screenshots of the actual comment, and then, you know, once we get round to doing those videos, I will show your I will put you on screen. I will put your comment, your name on screen, and say this was recommended by blah blah blah. Show the thing, and we will get around to doing that. It's going to take a while, and you're going to have to bear with me because I've already made 28 of those LOL videos. I've already made 28. They're done, edited, ready to go, right? All I have to do is upload them. So clearly we've got to get them out the way first. But I've got up to about 50 planned. So it's going to be a while, you know, until we get round to the ones that people are suggesting. But I'm still taking screenshots and everything and putting them to one side. But because I'm asking for that, I can't really not go in the comments anymore. So I've started going back in. I got to tell you, man, it's so good. There's so many nice comments, so many people like, man, this today, I'm not making it up, you can look for yourself. There's people like, today was the best LOL video out of all of them so far, and people saying it was really fun, really funny, and that's exactly what I'm hoping for. So yeah, it's quite rewarding, actually. It's good when you're like on your own working on something, and then you finally put it out, and then you see that it's got the effect that you was hoping it was going to have. I suppose in a way it's a bit like when we do like a toy hunt, and that's a similar kind of a thing as well. So no, you're welcome for the reply. I'm trying to reply and keep on top of them each day, mainly because I need to see, you know, it's pointless me asking for your suggestions if I'm then not going to look for them. So I am in the comments of YouTube now a lot more. And in regards to Becky and Steph's contracts, did I know? No, but I'm not surprised because 2019, 2020 was 4-5 years ago, and that is when we were locking people down to big contracts because of AEW. So AEW obviously started in 2019. WWE then panicked and was like, we've got to make sure they don't take any of our talent, and started signing people to like 4-5 year contracts. You're probably not going to get people signed to longer than that, but those 4-5 year contracts are coming up now. So yeah, you know, people like Seth and Becky, I'd imagine, are going to get I mean, I'd imagine they're on great money anyway, because they were panicked, WWE, when AEW first started. So they were locking people down to some big numbers. I don't know that they're going to be in line for a pay increase. I don't know that it will go up. It may do. But to be honest, I think it was quite inflated 4-5 years ago, when WWE were really locking people down to these big contracts. And yeah, maybe they'll get a little bit more. Maybe they won't. I don't see them going to AEW or anything like that. I mean, you might get a bit of chatter. And they might tease it as well. You know, there might be the odd little comment that comes out as they suggest they could go as part of their negotiating tactic kind of a thing. But at the end of the day, when the dust settles, I would expect them to re-sign with WWE. So yeah, I mean, we know that Drew's contract is obviously a talking point at the moment, and I would imagine there's a fair few that are coming up next year, as we are reaching that point where we were locking people down to these contracts to counter AEW. Bembo said, I've got a really good pitch for AJ Lee's return. She returns at the Rumble. Then at Mania, she beats Becky, thanks to Roxanne and Cora debuting, creating a new faction with AJ, says Bembo. Okay. Amin said, who do you think is going to be the mystery NXT person this Friday? It's been reported. We know. It's on the second channel. So if you're not following the Wrestling Days Clips channel, which may change its name at some point, I'm not sure, but Wrestling Days Clips, that's where my news videos go now. And that broke last night. So I'm not going to say, because some people might not want it revealed. Although, in all fairness, it's not like from Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp. Like, it's actually Shawn Michaels. So again, it's a bit of a weird one. It's not one where we're like, oh, I wonder who it's going to be. We know who it's going to be. Shawn Michaels has told us. So it's in that video on the second channel, but Botched eye surgery. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Elias Riddle, Riddle, Ziggler, Ali, Aaliyah, Top Dollar, others become free agents this week, says Dark Angel. There we go. I didn't think about her, but Aaliyah as the devil makes a lot of sense. Boxing said Jade is going to win the Rumble. Make her name known. Bronson Reed is going to beat Gunther, says Thanashan. Edward, hello. Hope you're doing well, bud. Good to see you around. Christopher said Trent Seven has signed with Impact. He did. I'm really pleased for him. I think that's good for Impact, and I think it's good for him. He's a great mind as well, because he had his own little promotion. So he had Fight Club Pro in Wolverhampton, and he was putting on big shows. I mean, famously, I've said many times that I went to one in 2016, 2017, which was British Strong Style. So that was Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate, Trent Seven against the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. And that was in Wolverhampton, in a room that held 500 people, but actually had 1,000 people in it. It was, when we say standing room only, I mean, how that place wasn't shut down, like from fire safety point of view, I have no idea. Every aisle was blocked. Everything was blocked. So I'm not going to say he's a great promoter, because from a health and safety point of view, I'd have some questions. But from being able to get the stars and put on some big cards and, like, you know, really do some stuff, like he was doing some really fun stuff with Fight Club Pro. So I think that if they needed it, and I don't know that they do, they've got themselves good wrestler, some someone which I think people really like. He's got a good connection with the crowds. Don't know that he's going to go on to be their world champion or anything like this, but he's got a good connection with the crowds. And he's got a mind for the business as well. You know, he ran his own indie promotion. He knows how to deal with wrestlers and how to, like, you know, negotiate fees and all that kind of stuff. He knows how to help produce matches and everything. So you've got someone there that's got a bit of something about him. Do you know what I mean? You haven't just picked up, like, a wrestler. You've picked up someone that's got a lot more about him than just what you see in front of the camera. And I think, I don't know his name, but the dude that owns Impact or runs Impact, he was in the ring and he was saying, because I saw the clip, and he was saying, like, you know, we've picked him up because he's got a great mind, like in ring and backstage, like he can provide in both areas. So it's a brilliant pickup. I'm really pleased for him primarily. Because I thought that he was just waiting for NXT Europe for a time. I thought that they'd just cut him because they didn't have anything. But as soon as NXT Europe starts, we'll bring him back. But obviously we don't know what's happening with NXT Europe anymore. Triple H spoke about it earlier this year and said the sale had postponed it and derailed it, delayed it. Not that it's dead, but it's just not happening at the moment. So, yeah, we don't know is the answer. We don't know what the situation is there. So, Trent's a bit up in the air. So, yeah, he's gone to Impact, and I wish him all the best. Dougie said it's obvious that CM Punk's going to choose Raw. There's too much star power on SmackDown, and it would even out the two brands. Dark Angel said, Jay can yeet again. Yeet, yeet. Is that official, is it? Alvin said AJ Lee should fight AJ Styles at WrestleMania, and the winner getting to keep the name AJ. AJ Lee wins, so AJ Styles has to become Alan Jones Styles. Let's go. Let's go. Boxing said, do a poll, CM Punk Raw or SmackDown. I don't think it's much of a poll, to be honest, buds. I don't think it's much of a poll. We've just had Randy Orton sign with SmackDown, and now CM Punk is going to let us know where he's going on Raw. So I don't think it's much of a poll, to be honest. But I'll be shocked if he says that he's off to SmackDown tonight on Raw. I've got a 4-year-old beagle. Okay. That has never been invested in anything on TV. But I noticed that when I'm watching you, she sits on my lap and watches. Jennifer, shout out to you. I am very big in the dog community. Very, very big in the dog community. So, yeah, that is not a surprise to me. So, shout out to your 4-year-old beagle. I don't know her name. Was it a she? I have noticed that when I am watching you, she sits on... Yes, okay. Shout out to your lady beagle. Jennifer, I just want to take a moment to shout out your lady beagle. You're welcome. James said, Scott D'Amore is his name. Thank you. Tony Khan wishes that he was had a great mind for the business and as great as booking. Scott D'Amore. I wouldn't have got that. That's not a name that would have come to me, but it is a name I've heard. So Scott D'Amore. It's a nice name, actually. I might have changed the Scott bit, but D'Amore. Oof, it's a bit sexy, isn't it? Eh? If you go out on a date or something and you're D'Amore. I think, you know, no offense to Scots out there, but like Scots, kind of like, you know, Fabio D'Amore. Oh, imagine that. Fabio D'Amore. Giovanni D'Amore. Huh? Yeah, these are good, aren't they? Scott. Scott D'Amore. Yeah, God bless him. I hope, if I was growing up, I'd definitely think of changing my name. I think there's a chance that Punk does sign for SmackDown, as he could win the Rumble and can still tease for Roman in the future. But when time comes around, someone will need to be traded for Cody. Okay. Haley said, do you think CM Punk will sign with Raw or surprise everyone? I think he'll sign with Raw. Scott D'Amore actually cares about women's wrestling and... I thought that said boobs. Books. Then better than you know who. Magic said, my mum said she had a one-night stand with someone who looked just like you in a gas station. Are you my dad? No. I can confirm I'm not your dad. I actually was that person, though. But your mum is so ugly, I turned her down. Right? So... she's lying. You'll be pleased to know she's lying. She didn't have a one-night stand with someone in a gas station. She tried. But, listen. I've, you know, got standards. Amin said, I watched the video about the NXT person who is going to be on SmackDown, and it is fun, says Amin. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's not a name that I'm against. It's not the name I thought it was going to be, or predicted. But it's a name that was in the run-in. You know what? I was thinking about this. I can't actually remember what we said about him. I can't actually remember when, like, the conversations we've had, how often he came up in conversation. I remember us talking about a few other names. But he does tick the boxes that we were looking for. You know, face, ready to be called up. So, you know, ticks those boxes. But, yeah, not the name that I was leaning towards. But a good name. I mean, it's going to be a fun match. He's going to be a good addition. I think he could win as well. I think they're having a little look at him. I mean, it's got to be a good sign for him making his way to the main roster soon. Again, I'm talking a little cryptic, only because I don't want people that haven't heard who it is to have it spoiled. I don't know, it's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a tricky one. It's out there, it's on the second channel. If you don't know, you can go and have a little look and then come back and then you'll know what we're on about. But we would have moved on to something else by then. Yes, he said, I'm from the UK. A bit jarring sometimes watching Raw over midnight trying to fight off the sleep. Yeah, to be honest, yes. I mean, I'm lucky in the sense of this is what we do all the time, so my body clock is adjusted. So for me, this is, as I said, 12 hours out. This is basically 26 past 11 in the morning for me, but it's actually 26 minutes past 11 at night. So yeah, this is me thinking about lunch, to be honest. It's coming up to lunchtime. Might have a break soon. But no, I know exactly what you mean. When I was in retail, it was the struggle was real, man. If you've been up as well since like 7 a.m. and then you've been to work and then you've come back home, had something to eat and whatever, and now you're staying up till 1 just for the beginning of Raw. Not even the end, the beginning, for it to start at 1. It's a tricky life being a WWE fan in the UK. Are we going to get Raw, Smackdown, and NXT on December 25th? I heard the roster is having a vacation. Yeah, well, yeah, you'll get something. I don't know that they've actually announced as to what it is we're going to be getting, but you will definitely get something. You always do. So I think it's either going to be highlight shows, so it'll either be best of 2023, where they show you matches from, to be honest, they've started showing matches from premium live events in previous years. So you'll get stuff from like WrestleMania and you'll get stuff from SummerSlam and things that haven't been shown on TV. Or what they may do, and I hope they do this instead, is record a show. So I think someone told me that they're doing 2 Smackdowns this week. They're recording 2 Smackdowns this week. So I think that means that the Smackdown one is going to be new content, but stuff we haven't seen. And so they're recording that. I'm trying to think date-wise, how does that work? Let's look. So that means that Friday is the 15th. So they're recording the 22nd. And I suppose the 29th. They should be back by then, shouldn't they? I mean, they should be back by then. I mean, Christmas is the 25th. Then you've got Boxing Day. Then you've got the day after. Then, 28th, start thinking about coming back to work. Bang, 29th. So I'm guessing that means that that's the plan, is that they are not going to be working the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th. God, being a wrestler, man. Easy. So, yeah, they're recording SmackDown, but I still don't know if they've mentioned what they're doing with Raw. I mean, I would imagine they'll just record 2 of them as well, would be my guess. So that's next week, though, 18th. So next week on the 18th, will they record the 25th as well? The 25th. If not, then it'll be a best of episode. And NXT, I haven't heard what they're doing in that. Big Time Hello said WWE and MLW have settled the 2-year lawsuit, and it didn't go past discovery, which would have cost WWE a lot of money. MLW won the case, and they'll get paid by WWE. Yeah, but they still don't go on Vice, do they? So, they won the case, but did they win the war? Because they apparently had a deal to go on Vice, and WWE came in and squashed the deal. Now, MLW maybe get a big... I mean, it depends, doesn't it? They've settled, but what's the number? I don't know what the number is. So, I suppose it's hard to say if they've won the case, but did they win the war? Is it, how much money is it that they're receiving? Is it anywhere close to like what would have benefited them if they'd have gone to Vice? Because that would have been good exposure for them. So yeah, it's one of them. I'd love to get some more details on it. I think them losing that Vice deal was a big blow for them. I don't think they've got a TV deal set up for the long term. So MLW is doing okay. I'm not aware that they're on the verge of going bankrupt, and this is going to massively help them out, of course. But yeah, I'd love more details. Kieran, shout out to you, bud. Welcome. And Mitchell said, Days, with Punk back in WWE, how much honestly do you think that threw a wrench in the road to WrestleMania and WrestleMania plans? And I hope you are well. I think it threw almost as big a wrench as you could find. I mean, the only other wrench that I could think would be bigger would be if Roman got injured and Roman was out of WrestleMania and was out because he'd done his knee and he was going to be out for like 10 months or so, like 12 months. Imagine that. Imagine how heartbreaking that would be if Roman picked up a serious injury and he had to forfeit the title. Oh my God, that would be the worst. So I think that would be a bigger wrench. But yeah, short of that, I think this is about as big a wrench as you could find. Because the plans for Seth, I'm sure, have completely changed. And that means whoever was going to, it has that big knock-on effect, doesn't it? I mean, to be honest, we've just brought back someone that I think will likely main event WrestleMania. So, like, not only is it that we've changed potentially who Seth is facing, we might have also changed who was going to main event night one, because it may have been Rhea, because Rhea was unlucky to not main event night one last year with Charlotte. I would say that they were kind of there or thereabouts with Sami and Kevin and the Usos, but I think rightfully they went with Sami and Kevin against the Usos, the tag match as the main event. I think they rightfully went with that. But Rhea and Charlotte, I think, had the bloodline thing not as been as hot as what it was. I think that would have been the main event. I think WWE do want to get women main events in WrestleMania. They don't want that, you know, perception of them being sexist and all that. So I think they do want women in WrestleMania and around the mix and show that they're investing in the women and all that kind of stuff. So to go against that and put the tag teams there instead, you know, you do sort of run a little bit of a risk of some PR backlash. I don't think they would want to do that again for another year. I don't think they'd want to put someone else other than the women in the main event on night one for, like, WrestleMania 40 until CM Punk returns, and then CM Punk came back and they're like, oh my God, it's happening again. It's happening again. How do we put the women in the main event? Like, when we've got CM Punk, you've got to have Roman in the main event, and you've got to have CM Punk in the main event, and you've got to have Cody in the main event. It's debatable as to whether you have to have Seth. I don't think you have to have Seth. I think Seth is someone that is an amazing talent. Has, like, you know, has he main evented WrestleMania? I don't know now I'm saying that. I think this is one we spoke about, wasn't it? Mitchell brought up, like, does it count with him cashing in? And I was like, it's a grey area. For me, it doesn't. I think if, like, a proper main event is where you're announced and it's built and, you know, you're on the marquee and all that kind of stuff, you know. Not you came running down with a briefcase. So, he should main event. Seth should main event. Do you know, you could make an argument for Seth versus Roman. It's not a match we've ever really spoke about, but Seth versus Roman, I mean, that would be sick. That we've seen it so many times, but last time they faced was at the Rumble, and Seth won by DQ. Came out in the Shield attire. I was trying to play mind games with Roman at the Royal Rumble 2021, was it? 2022? 22, I think it was. 2022. And I think that was the last time we saw them compete one-on-one, but I mean, that if we were going to really pay homage to maybe the two biggest stars of this generation, you know, not going to count Brock, maybe Roman and Seth would be the match to do. But anyway, I think it looked like it was going to be the women. I don't think it's going to be the women now. So, yeah, I think we've thrown as big a wrench in as what we could, to be honest, outside of Roman getting injured. Fiendish said Raw goes live at 4 a.m. in my country. Jeez. Where do you live on the moon? What's going on? 4 a.m. That's ridiculous. I'm trying to think what would I do? I mean, I'd be fine, obviously. But, like, if I was at work, what would I do? Would I go to bed and then get up? I might do that. Because, in all fairness, like, to get to work for, like, sometimes I had to be in at 7, sometimes I had to be in at 8. That meant that sometimes... Actually, that means that if I had to be in at 7, I couldn't watch it. Because if it started at 4, it wouldn't end till 7. And there was times where I had to be in at 7 to, like, set the day up and get things set up. So I wouldn't be able to watch it. That would be a nightmare. That actually would be a nightmare. So I feel for you, my friends. It's hard, man. It's hard. These Americans, they just think about themselves. Brony said, Roman and Seth is like Randy and Cena. Roman and Cena being the faces of the company and Seth and Randy being the ones just that step below. Roman and Seth is definitely like a Hogan Macho or a Rock Austin or a Randy Cena for this generation. I agree. I mean, and it's wild, isn't it? I mean, they were both in that same group. They were both in the Shield. They both broke through at the same time. They've both been around that main event scene. Obviously, Roman a lot more and a lot more recently. But Seth has always been there or thereabouts. I mean, even last year when he wasn't around the title, he was still feuding with Cody Rhodes. You know, he was still in, like, these big main event, like, matches, and he was still around that top end of the card, even though there wasn't, like, a world title around. It was still a massive, massive feud. And as soon as we create a world title, it's Seth that gets it. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably, if Cody got injured, we can't get The Rock, we can't get Cody, CM Punk... goes missing, walks out, gets suspended. We've always got Roman Seth, which I think part of me thinks, like, if the world was a just place, if the world worked correctly, that's probably the main event we should get. That probably is the correct main event, because I don't think Seth has ever main evented WrestleMania outside of the cash-in. And that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be a good thing. That can't be correct. I feel like that does need to change. I feel like that needs to be corrected. And I think that Cody obviously went away because he was frustrated and came back a bigger star, and now he's sort of leapfrogged over Seth. Even though Seth's got a world title, he's sort of got I see Seth's belt's like the silver medal at the Olympics. I suppose the way that I see it, and I don't know if I'm alone in this, Roman's is the gold medal, right? If you want to be the absolute best, you need Roman's belts. If you want to be silver medal, then you need Seth's belt. If you want to be the bronze medal, then you need Gunther Intercontinental belt. And, I don't know, Logan's just goofing around with the United States title, so Logan's just goofing. That's kind of how I see it in the ranking order. So, like, if this is a fair and just world, you know, would Cody have come back and leapfrog Seth Rollins? You know, is it a case that we're actually disrespecting and overlooking the talent that we've got? Everyone wants the shiny new thing, and we've gone and got Cody, and it's like, we've got Cody, and then we go and get, we got CM, and all the while you've got Seth over here, like, man. If Seth was to go away and come back, people would lose their mind over Seth coming back. They would love it. It would be amazing. Think about how crazy people are for, like, do you think Sasha could come back? Imagine if Sasha came back. Yeah, we had Sasha. She was in WWE for years. Some people cared and some people didn't. And it's funny, and that's kind of what's happened with Seth. Seth's been there. I suppose it's like, if you don't go away, how can you be missed? So maybe he needs a little break. Maybe he needs a little time away. Not to AEW, just a little time away. Bring him back. Feels fresh again, you know. Feels a bit stale. And that goddamn song. So yeah, I wouldn't be down on Roman Seth main event. It won't. We've gone through a list of things that I think we get instead. You know, if they could get The Rock, they would definitely do that. If it ain't going to be The Rock, it's going to be Cody. If it ain't going to be Cody, it's going to be CM Punk. Then we might get to Seth. But to be honest, at that point, they might go, should we do Randy? Do you want to do Randy? Should we do Randy against Roman? Poor Seth sat in the corner going, what have I got to do, man? What have I got to do? Have I not done enough to main event a WrestleMania? No, you're close. You haven't quite done it yet, but you're close. You're close. You'll get there one day, mate. Keep trying. Imagine Seth in the ring threatening to quit WWE, saying that he should become elite. Punk comes out and says, fine, quit if you think the grass is greener on the other side. That would be goated, man. That would be so good, James. I'd love that. That would be so good. That would be great. I mean, the only thing I would say is I'm not a fan of people taking shots at the other company. But is he taking a shot there? I mean, he's just saying, look, if you think the grass is greener, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, I probably wouldn't do anything like, because obviously that's the promo he cut in AEW. He went a bit further after that and said, you know, go and main event a 2-for-1 ticket spectacular. You know, he had a bit of a pop at WrestleMania, because at that time reports had come out that at WrestleMania they were doing 2-for-1 tickets. If you bought the Saturday, you got the Sunday ticket free. So he was having a pop. For me personally, I don't need that. I'm not looking for that. Some people look at that and go, oh, shooting man and all this kind of stuff. I just look at it as really petty, because certainly if you're WWE and you're having a pop at AEW, you're punching down a promotion that can't get 1 million viewers on a Wednesday, right? All you're doing is you're referencing them. You're gonna get them trending on Twitter. You are giving them attention when I just don't think it's in your benefit to give them attention. I just think ignoring and letting them struggle, you know, letting AEW do whatever AEW are doing, and just leave them be. So some people go, oh, I fired like this kind of stuff. I look at it the other way. I'm like, you've just excited a load of people that are now going to go online and start talking about them when you didn't need to do that. So everything James just said, I would love to see, because I don't think that oversteps the mark. Saying, look, if you think the grass is greener, go ahead. And I would leave it there. I wouldn't go any further than that. But I love that. I really love that, because it's funny, and we're just talking about how you could understand Seth being frustrated. We're talking about how Seth is, you know, what more's that guy got to do? And he's tried to reinvent himself a few times. It hasn't really worked, a few different things that he's tried. This one, you know, this architect, whatever it is, this visionary, sorry. I don't know what it is, to be honest. It's just him wearing wacky clothes and he's got that song. But yeah, I mean, look, he is still one of the best in-ring talents. When it's a Seth Rollins match, you know that you're going to be entertained. You know that it's going to be good. You know that it's going to be worth watching. And I think that he's more than done enough to main event WrestleMania. So the longer that he's not main event in WrestleMania, the more that he's being forced to have matches he doesn't want to have. Like the match coming up with CM Punk, as James said. Yeah, what if he did threaten to walk out? What if he did snap and say, I've had enough, you know? Like the amount of disrespect that I have to, like, you know, go through. I mean, was he on the Survivor Series cards? Was he on the Survivor Series cards? I don't think he was he? I'm trying to think, did he defend the belt against anyone at Survivor Series? Am I just completely forgetting it? Did he? I honestly can't remember. Let's have a look. Survivor Series. He was shooting with Drew, was he not, at that time? It was only a few weeks ago. He didn't. He wasn't. So you could use that as well, you know. I'm a world champion and they won't even put me on a Survivor Series card. I'm a world champion and I can't even main event SummerSlam. Or whatever it might be. And let's not even get started about the fact I've been with this company since blah, blah, blah. And I'm yet to main event a WrestleMania. Yeah, interesting. Oh, sorry. He was in the War Games match. So he could... I suppose he can't, can he? I suppose he can't really use that because he was at Survivor Series, but he was just in a team. But that was his choice, wasn't it? To be in that team. Okay, so maybe you can't use that one, but I'm sure you can conjure up enough reasons. You know, for example, has he main evented? Did he main event any of the shows as champion? What was the one where he did that match with Shinsuke? Did that main event? Did that main event? He might. What was the Shinsuke one? Where the hell? Do you remember when they were like beating each other up? And I can't remember where that was. It was like all around an arena. Yeah, I can't remember where that was either. Gods, the fact that I can't recall these things shows that we haven't been doing great stuff with Seth, have we? Can't be good that I can't recall these things from the past couple of months. Matthew said, what would you do with Priest and his Money in the Bank? What would I do with Priest and his Money in the Bank? I would have him save it till WrestleMania, because I think that WrestleMania should be the most obstacles, that's the word I'm looking for Cody. So I think that it should be a case that Cody has got to try and overcome the bloodline, overcome Roman, and then just when he's like, okay, right, that's okay, then all of a sudden, like, you've got Damian Priest that reminds him, I've got the Money in the Bank. So I would have it so that Cody has got so much that on his plate that he doesn't know if he's coming or going. Somehow, through all of that, Cody gets the belt, right? So I wouldn't have Damian cash in this side of WrestleMania so that I can still give Cody obstacles. I wouldn't have him cash in on Cody. If he did, I think he would have to fail. I do love the idea of Cody winning and then Damian Priest cashing in immediately, but I wouldn't do it, to be honest. I wouldn't do it. But I do love the idea. Again, I've said before, for me, finishing the story is him somehow giving that belt to Dusty, right? He said in that promo that he wants to give the belt over to Dusty. Like, he knew that he wanted to hand it over to his dad. And he obviously can't do that because Dusty has passed away. But the point I made on a stream before is Cody wins, and I think when he gets handed that belt, there needs to be a moment where he looks up at the heavens, or he somehow presents it to the family that are in the front row, or there needs to be some symbolism where he is, here you go, Dad, this is for you. It can be anything, right? Even a look up to the heavens, that'll do it, right? That'll do it. So if you really want to make sure the story, in my opinion, doesn't get finished, Cody can win against Roman and Damian can cash in before Cody even gets his hands on the belt, before Cody even gets his hands on the belt, let alone Dusty's hands, his own hands. So Cody wins, is down, the referee goes to get the championship. Here comes Damian Priest. Cody hasn't even got back to his feet after a grueling match. Here comes Damian Priest. Damian Priest comes running down with the Money in the Bank briefcase. And at that point, you know, people will say the story is done. I could imagine even WWE on Fox saying the story is done. Like sending out a tweet and all these kind of Twitter accounts. The story is finished and all this kind of stuff. But for me, and I think Cody could use this, the story is not done until that belt is symbolically given to Dusty, and certainly until Cody gets his, yeah, he's a champ, but he didn't get his hands on the belt. He's a champion that never held the belt, never even got to touch it before Damian Priest came down, cashed in, and goes on to win it, right? So for me, I don't know that I would book that. I think it would be a real interesting talking point. It would really divide opinion. Really divide opinion. And it would divide opinion as to whether the story was finished or not as well. Because for many people, him winning the championship and having that next to his name, that's enough. For me, I think the reason why he wants to do it is because he wants to win it for his dad. And he said, I wanted to win it so that I could hand it over to him, which he can't physically do. But as I said, I think he needs to have it and look up at the heavens or give it to the family. Or I even said you could have, because Dusty has a bronze statue made for him by WWE, you could even have on the entranceway, as part of Cody's entrance, the Dusty statue. So that when Cody comes out, you've got the Dusty Rhodes statue there, and he could go over and just as he's making his way down, just put his hand on his dad's back, just kind of look at the statue or grasp a hold of the hands of the statue. Just something that's going to smack people in the feels. You know, Dusty can't be there, but we've got something to symbolize that he is there. The statue that WWE had made for him. And you have that on the entranceway. And you just leave it throughout the whole match. It just stands there. And if you don't want to do the Damian Priest screwy finish thing, then Dusty could win it, look up at the heavens, hold up the title, celebrate with it. But imagine that moment if he goes up the entranceway and does exactly what he wanted to do, and that is put it in his dad's hands. He can't do it physically because his dad's no longer with us, but he can put it into the hands of the statue that WWE had made to honor Dusty Rhodes. And, you know, people can go, nah, that's lame and all this kind of stuff. I'm telling you, if done right, it will be really good. It would hit you in the, not a dry eye in the house. Not a dry eye in the house. I've got no doubt about that. Because that moment of Roman losing the title, a Rhodes finally being world champion, Cody finishing the story, wanting to do it for his dad. Cody had been in tears at that point anyway. Cody cries just at the mention of Dusty. Can you imagine what he's going to be feeling in that moment? And then, like, if he goes up the entranceway and puts it into the arms of that star, oh my God. Oh my God. So we've spoke about that before. I think they've got some really exciting options of things that they can do with Cody winning the title at WrestleMania 40. I think really some of the imagery would just be. But yeah, I for that reason, I wouldn't have Damian cash in before. I just think that we can make these moments bigger with Damian still having the Money in the Bank briefcase. So then the question becomes, how does he cash in? When does he cash in? And what I would say to that is that I would have him cash in not on Cody, if Cody wins it, not on Roman. I think it should be on the Seth title. Certainly not a flipping mid-card, and certainly not a tag team title. I'd have him do it on the Seth's world title. And it really depends on what happens with Seth and CM Punk and all of that situation. To be honest, I think that this may be a failed cash-in. I think it may be a failed cash-in. If Seth manages to get past CM Punk, then maybe Damian Priest can cash in successfully. If CM Punk wins the title off Seth, then I don't think I'd have Damian Priest winning it off CM Punk. I think then I'd want to see a CM Punk title reign for a bit. And the problem you've got is you haven't got loads of time after WrestleMania. Money in the Bank tends to be around about like June, July. So that means that we haven't got loads of time because WrestleMania is like early April. So you've got April, May, and then we're into June. So you're only talking a few months there. So it's going to depend as to really how the Seth situation goes. Who leaves WrestleMania as the World Heavyweight Champion? Is it Seth? Is it CM Punk? Is it Gunther? Does Gunther somehow find his way into the mix? But to be honest, if CM Punk wins it, or if Gunther wins it, I can't see how Damian can be successful with a cash-in. I can't see Damian pinning CM Punk, even as a result of a cash-in. I can't see Damian pinning Gunther, even as a result of a cash-in. It's only if Seth manages to come through all of that, then I think it would be okay, because Seth's had it for quite a while. So then I think it would be okay. So to be perfectly honest, I think we might be looking at a failed cash-in. We might be looking at a failed cash-in, which happens. Austin Theory failed going for a mid-card title. So it happens. But I think that maybe the plans was that it may have been successful, but unfortunately with CM Punk coming back, maybe that's something else that's changed now. Maybe that's something else that we've had to have another little look at. Because all of a sudden, CM Punk getting his hands on a world heavyweight title and getting that belt off Seth, that has become a very real possibility. There is also a chance, though, that Seth loses that title before WrestleMania. We could do Seth, CM Punk, and the belt not even be involved. The belt could actually be elsewhere. Then we've got, you know, maybe a chance of Damian being successful. But again, if you want Damian to still have the Money in the Bank briefcase for Cody Roman, that's going to be the last match. That's going to main event night 2. So that means that he can't cash in before that point. So it's a little irrelevant as to what the World Heavyweight Championship match at WrestleMania is going to be, because Damian is likely not going to cash in. Certainly if you want him to still have it for the Cody match. So it's going to then mean after that, you know, oh, it's a mess, isn't it? It's complicated. To be honest, it's complicated because there's so many moving parts. I mean, really, the cash-in is a difficult one because we don't know who's going to be champion. We don't know when it's going to happen. And we don't know who's going to be champion when it does happen. And without that information, it's hard to know if it's going to be a success or not. So I would like for it to be a success, but it's got to work. You can't, you know, it's got to work. The storyline has got to work. Personally, if I was to book it, I would have Seth lose the title before WrestleMania. I would do Seth CM Punk without the title. I would have probably Gunther as the champion. And I would maybe look at doing Gunther Sammy at WrestleMania. I think Gunther against Sammy at WrestleMania would be amazing for the World Championship. And then you've got Seth versus CM Punk as the main event of night 1. I may tease Damian cashing in on Gunther Sammy, but he wouldn't succeed because I want him to have it for the Cody one. Then he's got it for the Cody one. Again, I wouldn't have it. He might tease it, but he wouldn't succeed. Or maybe he fails. Maybe he fails against Cody. Maybe Cody manages to beat Roman, and then he's got to deal with Damian Priest as well, who comes running down, and then we get a match straight after, and maybe Cody succeeds. I'd be tempted to book that, actually. I'd be tempted to book that. Damian Priest losing in the main event of night 2 of WrestleMania, after he's just cashed in on an injured Cody. I might be tempted to put that. But yeah, I think I'd be looking at a failed cash-in. I would love for him to succeed, but it's really hard to get him in that title picture, I think. Unless he gets it before Gunther gets it. So, Matthew, good question, but Fiendish said, I could see Priest cash in May or June. Yeah. I don't mind. I mean, I think that there's a few different ways of looking at Money in the Bank cash in, right? So it's not always like as simple as failed or succeeded, right? Because if you look at someone like Damian Priest is a great talent. He's got a great size. He's someone with great potential, but he's also someone that struggles a little bit on his own. You know, he's kind of done stuff outside of Judgment Day, and it wasn't quite fit in. You know, he was coming out and he was doing the archery thing. Not like Robin Hood, but, you know, he'd do that mannerism and He had like the flaming Damian Priest logo, and he'd make his way down. And for whatever reason, there wasn't really much of a connection with the audience. It was really when he joined Judgment Day that things clicked and we started to get somewhere with him. And I think that he then won Money in the Bank. And it made me look at him slightly different, because all of a sudden, the company is basically saying, we like this guy. This guy is, you need to keep watching him. Don't just think, oh, he's got potential. He has potential to the point where we're going to give him Money in the Bank, and we might make him world champion. So even if he doesn't succeed, even if he cashes in and fails, they've still sent that message out for the past however many months. This is someone that needs to be on your radar. This is someone that we believe in. This is someone that we think has got potential to be a world champion. And if the storylines and the creative align to the point where it's not going to be possible and it's not going to happen for him, because not really his fault, just more the story doesn't lend itself to you being champion at this time. We've got CM Punk that's just come back, that's put a big spanner in the works. And, you know, the plans we had have been kind of changed. You know, we've got LA Knight, for example, that's getting over, who might have also put a bit of a spanner in the works, because I think there's a chance he is going to be the one that takes the title off Logan. So the person that was going to be competing for the United States title is now probably not going to be competing for it. That's going to have a knock-on effect. You know, lots of things change storylines, and you know, Damian might find himself the victim of some of those changed storylines. And so, you know, if the stars don't align for him, and it's not really his fault, okay, he fails with the cash in, but was the whole thing just a waste of time? I would say no. I would say that there's still value to him winning it and carrying it and being seen in a different light by the WWE Universe. Many of us see him as a big future star anyway, but this is just a good confirmation. It's just a really good, I suppose it's like a public appraisal. It's kind of like when you go at work to have like your review. This is just like a really public way of saying this guy's doing really well and we really like him and we think he can be a world champion. That's what winning Money in the Bank says to me. That's what it said. They could have gone with anyone and they've gone with him. They've chosen him. So that says to me that they see potential in him. They see him as being someone of that caliber. So if he then ends up losing, you know, okay, he didn't get the job completed, but was the whole thing pointless? I would say no, it wasn't. I think it changed perception of him, and I think it's still a positive. I mean, it depends how you cash it in. I mean, the Austin Theory one was quite good in when he had it. I liked him coming down during Brock and Roman at SummerSlam. I liked him getting knocked out by Tyson Fury. Like, there were some really good moments for when Austin Theory had the briefcase. But unfortunately, the only thing that I think most people remember is like the worst cash-in of all time. I thought his cash-in was atrocious. Like, failing is one thing, but failing on a mid-card belt is like a whole different level of awful. So yeah, for me, like him failing, trying to win a mid-card belt was really dumb. Really didn't like it. Didn't like it at the time and still don't like it now. I think it's one of the stupidest things I've seen. And I think it does sour. It does sour the memories of him having that having that briefcase, trying to win that championship. So as long as we don't do anything stupid like that with Damian Priest and his cash in, even if it fails, is still like a good, credible, like he gave it a good go, just came up short kind of a thing. Who knows? Maybe he fails because of Finn Balor. Maybe he fails because of someone in the Judgment Day, and then it leads us to Damian Finn Balor feud, which, you know, we've been waiting forever for. Perhaps that's the time. That's how we get out of it. Oh, if it wasn't for Finn, he would have won that title. Could be good, couldn't it? So there's options. Let's put it that way. Lots of options. Everywhere we're looking, options. We're tripping over options. Did WWE think of much as Otis when they gave it him? They did, because he, it's funny, but at the time he was really over. It's hard to kind of think back now because it was a good few years ago, but Otis was really popular. They had a big storyline with him and Mandy Rose. And if you'd been following Otis's like journey, he was kind of infatuated with Mandy Rose, and he had been in NXT as well. There was pictures of him dressing up as her at a house show, NXT house show. They always do like a Halloween battle royal, and he dressed up as Mandy Rose, and he was always like, "Hey, Mandy," and he always had a soft spot for her. And they really leaned into that during like the summer of 2020. And they really were getting somewhere. I mean, the whole Mandy Rose, Sonya Deville rivalry was a big rivalry, which ended up with a loser leaves WWE match at SummerSlam. And the Otis story was kind of connected with that as well. And yeah, I think they saw someone there that was a big guy, was fun. The crowd had like a connection with him. They leaned into the storyline of him and Mandy, and I think that was getting really good traction online. And I think they were looking at him and they were like, let's see what we can do with this guy. So he was a surprise winner, right? But I think they looked at it and they were like, yeah, let's go with this guy. I mean, it'd be really interesting, for example, if we were to do Money in the Bank now, rather than when we did it back in like June, July this year, if we were to do it now, you know, would they go with LA Knight winning it instead of Damian Priest now? You know, would they go that way? Because it's like, who's hot at the time? And like, who do you see the potential in? And I think they did look at Otis and thought, well, he's got some size. He's getting some really good traction. Maybe we can do something with this guy. And unfortunately, the problem was that once that Mandy story had played out, there wasn't anything to follow it up with. They didn't have anything to follow it up with. I think they were just hoping that the crowd... And that was another thing. It was pandemic. So you didn't have the live crowds that could kind of keep the chants going and keep the momentum going. It just, I think the video views, the web searches, the merch sales just settled down once the Mandy story had finished, which had been so big. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, he's not the guy. He's not the guy. I suppose compare it to like LA Knight, if the LA Knight hype train had stopped. So if LA Knight's fanfare had settled down now, compare it to that. We don't know like how vocal the crowds would have been at that point because we didn't have crowds, so it's hard to say. But that it was when he won it. It was in a good place. It was in a really good place. But it's always one where it's very... I love Money in the Bank, and I love it when they give it to an Otis or a Damian Priest. I don't like it when they give it to a Brock or a Becky, because for me, a Brock and a Becky, they're going to get there anyway. Brock's always going to get title matches when he wants them. Becky's always going to get title matches when she wants them. So for me, that's not interesting. That's a waste of Money in the Bank, because you've just given it to someone that can get a shot anyway. I am so much more into an Otis or a Damian Priest or dare I say an LA Knight. I mean, we have seen LA Knight get a title opportunity anyway. But people that are in that mid-card that can't get there, you know, I'd love for Sammy to have won it, because Sammy was not getting these opportunities. Granted, he went in the bloodline and he made it work for himself, and he got himself that title opportunity under Triple H. But I mean, he'd been on the roster since what, 2015? And I don't remember him getting too many world title matches. So he could have won Money in the Bank, like, you know, 2018, 2019, 2020, and got himself a title match that he wasn't getting otherwise. So I love it. It's a great way of taking a promising mid-carder who you're really struggling to get into that main event scene. You can take someone like that and you can give them the briefcase and give them a go. The other thing as well is that it might be someone that you've got a lot of hope in. It might be someone that you look at and go, I think this is the person, right? But you might not be 100%, because you might not have really pulled all the levers and triggers that you can yet. But let's give them the briefcase and we'll see. And then they can have a run with that briefcase for months. And like Otis did, and then it became apparent Otis wasn't the guy, right? The reaction to him settled down, and it wasn't sustained. And you can point to WWE for not having a good storyline to follow up the Mandy storyline, but yeah, they were able to then look at it and go, yeah, no, he isn't the one. Because the alternative is you could put a title on him and then find out he's not the one. So actually, Money in the Bank is a great way as well of testing the water, of seeing how over is this person, how popular is this person, how much traction, how many mentions, how much engagement is this person receiving before you even put a world title on them. Imagine if we'd have had it back in the day. Oh my god. Imagine if we'd had it when, like, Hulkamania. Imagine Jake the Snake with Money in the Bank. Oh my god, that would have been sick. Jake the Snake with Money in the Bank. Rowdy Roddy Piper with Money in the Bank. Sick. That would have been sick. Jake, I mean, like, Jake, I think he was getting title shots on house shows and whatever, but I mean, Jake Hogan's not a match that we were seeing at pay-per-view. So, like, that could have been sick. That could have been a great way of, like, elevating him from that kind of mid-cards. There was certainly house shows that he was going around getting title matches. He was an opponent for Hogan, but that could have been really cool, man. I feel like that was built for Jake. That kind of opportunist, kind of taking advantage. I mean, that just is Jake the Snake, innit? Right. Let's see that we're all up to date with the super chats. We are. That means we can get stuck into these. I'm going to try and keep my answers shorter. WrestleDaddy said, "Did you see WWE have stopped making DVDs?" I did. It's a shame. I understand it. I think that the network has completely. And I'm not even saying the networkers took away because of all the pay-per-views being there. That clearly hurts. But the other thing the network does is they create best-ofs. They do, like, seasons beatings, which is the best Christmas moments in a whole playlist. And they do, like, John Cena's best moments. So all of a sudden, if you're WWE Home Video, you can't put out the pay-per-views because they're all on the network. You can't put out collections because the network's doing that as well. So what have you got? where do you fit in? To be honest, WWE have really shot themselves in the foot, because I think that there is there's still a place for WWE Home Video, and that is for things that aren't on the WWE network. I mean, they did, and we looked at it. Was it a member stream? But I got an unreleased matches DVD, which is matches that weren't ever shown during 1985 to 1995. It's 3 discs of matches that were never shown on TV for whatever reason. Stuff from house shows, dart matches, just really interesting bits, all put into a collection. And to be honest, because they're dart matches and house shows and things of that ilk, I don't know that that's on the network. I know the network has got, like, hidden gems. They do have a section which is hidden gems, which you need to check out. There's some great stuff there. But there's got to be some content which you can keep exclusive for WWE Home Video. Like, imagine if they came out with unseen, unreleased John Cena matches. John Cena matches from house shows, TV appearances, him on, like, The Tonight Show, him on Saturday Night Live, house show matches, dark show matches, OVW matches, just loads of stuff that's not on the network, right? You can't tell me that ain't gonna sell. That's going to sell, surely. I don't know the numbers. I can't say it's going to sell as well as the WrestleMania DVD would have sold. But I think there's still a place for WWE Home Video. There's still a place for that. And I don't know why they don't do it. You're leaving money on the table. you're leaving money on the table. I don't know why they don't do that, or why they didn't try to explore content that could have been exclusive. Could they not have created some content exclusive? Do you remember when Mean Gene used to film little things? I remember there's a famous one of him with the Bushwhackers, and he goes round to their shack, and like they do links to some of the matches, but it's all new content. Imagine if we had Kayla Braxton go round to visit Pretty Deadly's house, and we get a house tour with Pretty Deadly, and they show us around the different rooms, and like, you know, we're looking around their house, and Kayla Braxton, they get into some fun moments, right? Whatever. And like, you could have that, and then you could use that as a way of throwing over to some content which, you know, isn't on the network. Like, there's got to be exclusive little things that you can do for WWE home video. I would buy them. I mean, I'd buy them. I'd definitely buy them. I think that certainly if it's going to be themed around things people care about. I mean, there's no point coming out with a DVD for Dana Brooke, right? You've got to come out with a DVD that's going to be around The Rock, that's going to be around Stone Cold, that's going to be around John Cena, that's going to be around Undertaker. You're telling me that a DVD that's got Undertaker being on late night talk shows, game shows, kids TV shows, house show matches of The Undertaker, dark matches of The Undertaker, like, you know, maybe mixed in with the odd iconic Undertaker match as well, and then you've got some fun links. You know, maybe we go around, maybe we send someone searching for The Undertaker, one of the guys off the, I don't know their names, one of the dudes off the bump, goes to see if they can find the dead man in 2023. And they go to, like, graveyards and all this, and we bump into maybe some interesting characters from the past. Maybe we bump into Papa Shango. Perhaps we bump into the Boogeyman as we're trying to find the dead man Undertaker. And it provides some, like, fun exclusive content as we throw over to these types of matches and moments. Like, $9.99 for a single disc of that. I mean, I'm buying that. I'm buying that series. I'm buying that whole series. Do one for The Undertaker, do one for Stone Cold, do one for The Rock, do one for Brett, do one for Shawn, do one for Hogan, like, just do one for Ric Flair, do one for the Attitude Era, like, you know. I don't know, perhaps that wouldn't sell. Perhaps I'm just weird, and that's the kind of thing that would appeal to me and literally no one else. But I think there must be a place still for that kind of home video DVD market. But seemingly WWE don't feel the same, and they've pulled the plug. But I would question what they did to try and make it work. I mean, what did they do to make it work? All they did was create the network and give home video nothing that they could exclusively sell, other than pay-per-view shows and collections, all of which that can be found on the network anyway. So that's my rant. That's my rant on behalf of, because I love home. I mean, that's how I discovered WWE, was by, like, getting videotapes. The very, very first show I ever watched, was on a videotape. It was home video recorded, but it was still a videotape. I wasn't flicking channels and coming across it. It was a videotape that I was shown. In this day and age, it's going to be YouTube, innit? And, you know, clips on social media. I get that. But I've got a soft spot for VHS and DVDs and physical media like that, because that's been such a part of my wrestling journey, if you will. So yeah, it's a real shame, real shame. I'm genuinely disappointed to see it go, and I can't believe they didn't do more to try and keep it around. But I'm a boomer, you know. Perhaps it's just a case that you, in this day and age, you could put anything on DVD and it ain't gonna sell, because DVDs are just a declining market. No one cares. You could put anything on there and people aren't going to buy it. Maybe that's the truth in this modern world. The only thing I'd say is that the vinyl revival suggests that physical media isn't completely dead. You know, vinyl has come back with a bang. So it suggests that there's still a desire for physical media. Granted, that's audio, not visual, but I don't think we should be too quick to pull the plug on physical media, because there's clearly still an interest there. And certainly I think if the product was the right product that they were putting out, if it was stuff that couldn't be found on streaming platforms, this is a big conversation that we could have. We are going to leave it, but I did used to work in an entertainment store for many years. Like my knowledge that I've got on the physical media market is probably as extensive as my wrestling knowledge. So it's a conversation we could really get stuck into. Amin said, did you hear that Kayla is retired? She's not going to do the bump show. No, retired from the bump or retired from WWE? I'm guessing just the bump, is it? Check Wrestle Votes. James said, don't go Wrestle Votes. Spoilers. Oh, okay. If it's a spoiler, I'm not going to look then. If it's a spoiler, I'm not interested. If it's something that's going to spoil Raw tonight, what is the point? What is the point? That's the dark side of wrestling journalism. Spoiling something that we're about to watch in an hour or 2 hours. I don't see any point in that whatsoever. What does that do? What does that do? What does that achieve? So that is that's the dark side of wrestling journalism. If it's something that's in the future, if it's something about the Rumble, if there's reports of someone signing that's going to be coming in at the Royal Rumble, then you know, that's far enough in the future where I can understand why you would report that, because there can be some conversations had on it. But something that's going to happen in 2 hours, you're only going to have very, very limited conversations on that, aren't you? So if it is spoilers back tonight, I'm going to avoid it. Bobby Lashley says that he should face Roman or Seth. Well, Bobby, I think, is a really interesting case, actually. Bobby is someone that I've got a lot of respect for. I think, though, that Bobby is also someone we've never quite managed to find the right presentation for him. I think the almighty thing is okay, but it's not the thing that has clicked. Bobby Lashley is a beast. Like, he is a big, jacked guy. Doesn't quite have the size of Brock, but he's still bigger than the average dude on WWE. And legit as well. Of course, he's had MMA fights. So Bobby is someone that we've just got to find that right packaging. And I think I feel sorry for Bobby, because I feel like the packaging we found for him is fine. And you could even say good, but not great. And there's better. There's definitely better. There's definitely a better way of presenting Bobby Lashley. There always has been. There's always been a better way of presenting Bobby Lashley. And I don't think because we found something that was not bad, and you could even say was good, I don't think there's been a desire to really push ourselves to find what would have got him over, like really over. Like, it's not even debatable as to who main events WrestleMania. It's not debatable as to who should be beating Roman. It should be Bobby Lashley. We've never got him to that point. We've never got him into that kind of a conversation. So for me, I think that I feel really sorry for Bobby. I think Bobby is someone that is a victim of having a gimmick that was good enough, which is a weird thing to say, but I think that does affect a few people, unfortunately. You get a gimmick that's good enough. It's good enough that we don't need to change it. It's good enough that it's getting reaction and people are engaged with it. It's good enough. But it's not good enough to make you one of the big stars. It's not good enough for that. You know, his talking, his delivery is a bit monotone. It's a bit flat. Should he have had a manager? We've put in now with the Street Profits. People are really excited about that. Should we have done that from the start? I think the best that we ever got was him in the Hurt Business, which we completely mismanaged and then broke up. And no one knows why, right? So for me, that there's times where we've done a few things and it's been like, and then it's just resorted back to being good enough. So I don't think he's done enough to get into that position, to be honest, because I think that the way I feel about Bobby is I've been waiting for him to do something good, something that's really going to grab my attention. They're doing that now. Him and the Street Profits were there now. But even now, it's still not right. Even now, like, the Street Profits aren't winning, and we don't have a name for the group. The group's been together for months. They're not winning everything, dominating, right? They're still coming out to weirdish ring gear, I think, compared to what I would put them in. It's weird. Like, B-Fab's sort of with them, but she's not really with them. But this has been going on a long time now. It's clear that we want to do something with this group. We just don't know what or when. And that's not good, is it? That doesn't work for anyone. We've got this group. We really like them. We just don't know what to do with them. And we don't know when to do it. Short of that, though. Oh, we're cooking. Oh, look at us. Look at us. Look at us, eh? Look at us. So, yeah, I feel sorry for him. I don't think it's his fault. I think that he's got some limitations with his promos, and you could maybe say he's got some limitations with his in-ring. You know, he's not, he's explosive, he's big, he's powerful, he's definitely someone that you can, you know, do something with, definitely. But he's not a technician. He's not someone that I think is going to give you a 5-star match. He's someone that's, you know, that needs presenting in a certain way. And again, because we've got Brock, because we've got Roman, because we've got these other names, and because Bobby is good enough, I think we've always just left him at being good enough. Lewis said, with all the factions and the groups lately, WWE, could they do a trios title? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because look at the trios title in AEW. Like, there's no division. There's no division for that trios title. We have to chuck teams together to try and, like, you know, and there was loads of factions there. But the truth is that these factions, they sort of come and go. I mean, and they really focus on the tag division as well. Like Judgment Day have focused on the tag division, and Legado del Fantasma have as well. You know, we've been doing some stuff with them, like having some tag matches. So we do have factions, but we tend to use them. Look at Bloodline with the Usos. And then when the Usos weren't going for the titles, we had Roman and Solo go for the titles. So we have factions, but they focus on the tag division, and we use it for that. If you then introduce trios titles, where's your division for that? You're basically leaning on the exact same division. You're basically leaning then on the same teams, the same people. There's not a whole separate division, you know. And if you then make the factions exclusive for the trios, your tag division is going to get really weak, because all of a sudden you're not going to be using them there as well. So you know, it becomes a bit tricky. I'm not a fan of having tag titles and trios titles. I think AEW are showing it doesn't work at the moment. In WWE, I think I have no problem with trios titles. I have no problem with them as a concept, but I think you'd lose the tag belts then. I don't think you can maintain both. I don't think you can maintain both. I mean, I don't even think there's an argument. Maybe some people could say there is now, but I don't think there's an argument for going back to 2 tag title belts. I don't think there's a tag division deep enough to have Raw tag champs and Smackdown tag champs. Triple H might be trying to build towards that by bringing in some more teams, but for me, I actually like the current setup. I like only having one set of tag team champions that go between both of the brands. I like that, because I think if you add all of the tag teams together from Raw and SmackDown, I think you've got a very healthy division there, and then you've got one set of champions. I would like to see them do a little bit more. This is another problem as well, is that because our tag champs are the Judgment Day, we are more focused on Judgment Day drama than we are the tag division. Like, Judgment Day don't come out. I mean, it is them that are the champs in it, but they don't come out Is it them the chat? I don't even know who the tag champs are. This is another problem. Like, they don't come out and focus on the tag division. They don't really come out and talk about the teams. They come out and they just talk about their own internal drama. They talk about Damien and Money in the Bank, and there's just so much other stuff going on that the tag champs don't even focus on the teams. It would be good if the tag champs were just focused on the tag division and they were going and scouting some of the tag teams that were out there, you know, popping up on commentary over on Smackdown, popping up on Raw and watching the tag teams. But instead they're focused on their own internal drama. That would only be worse if we introduced trios titles as well, because that would then mean even less of a spotlight on the tag division, because all of a sudden people are competing for other belts. So for me, I think AEW have shown that tag titles and trios titles at the same time don't work. I think it's a case of pick a lane, go tag titles or go trios titles, one or the other. And I think right now tag division feels quite strong to me. And I really like the idea of just having one set of tag champs. And I am surprised we've not introduced new tag belts. Long been rumored that we were going to be bringing in some tag titles. Just new tag titles that were going to be just like for the one team. So I don't know where Triple H is going. I don't know if he's bringing in, because he has called up the Creeds, and we have got DIY, and we are apparently bringing in Authors of Pain, and there is all these bits and bobs that are happening. So I don't know if he's trying to build the divisions to go back to having two champions, or if he's just building the division so that it's bubbling. Because this, honestly, it's a good division when you look across both Raw and SmackDown. But I would love it if there was a team that was not focused on anything other than that tag division. I want a team that is coming out and talking about the tag division, talking about the other teams, talking about how impressive a match was on SmackDown. Like, we watched blah, blah, blah against blah, blah, blah. They killed it. We know there's great talent out there. We know we've got to be ahead of the curve. You know, we're looking for our next challengers. Let's put that spotlight back on the tag division, because I don't think it's there at the moment. And I think that's a bit of a problem. And that's where your factions become a problem, because they've always got other drama that they're focused on. So it's a good question. It's a good point. And there'll be plenty of people out there that say, no, it's fine, do both. It can work, right? And that's fine. Maybe you could book it to work. I just haven't seen any examples of it working where you can juggle both. And it kind of leads to a bigger conversation about the tag division and, like, how can you make it feel important? And I think what we did at WrestleMania was fine. You know, we built up a story between two teams, and to the point where we got it to main event night one of WrestleMania. The problem was, we hadn't built up any other teams beyond that. So as soon as WrestleMania was done, it was a hell of a come down. It was a hell of a step down, you know. The closest we could get back to it feeling relevant was when we threw Roman and Solo together, and we went with that match. But really, the rest of the division had not been built up. So it didn't feel anywhere near as big once WrestleMania was done. And we knew that. And I didn't want Sammy going into the tag division because of that reason. So if I'm Triple H, I am thinking to myself, right, I need to get a real spotlight on this tag division. I need to build it up. I need great teams. I need great matchups, great matches. And one of the things I need is a tag team that is focused on the division that are the champions. So eventually we'll get there. I mean, imagine when the Creeds become tag champs. That's going to be sick. That's going to be really fun. And they then hopefully won't focus on anything else other than the tag division, and having some of them conversations that I'd like to see being had. This is why in Mexico the trios titles have a few trios teams and the rest are singles teaming as a trio. Rarely I've seen tag teams used in trio matches, says Rick. That is I mean, I don't know how it works in Mexico. I don't watch like AAA or CMLL, but that is how I would look at it as well, to be honest. I think you want dedicated divisions. You know, people, it's because like the other thing is it can feel a bit like a runner-up prize. You didn't win the tag belts. Oh, well, should we try and get an extra member and go after the trios then? Do you know what I mean? Like, it can feel a bit like, oh, we didn't win that one, but let's try this one then. Or can we just find a person? We'll go after them. I feel like if you want the division to matter and if you want the belts to matter, then you need people that are scrapping and battling and trying to climb that ladder, trying to win those championships. And so this means you need dedicated divisions. This is why, like, people being chucked together, that hurts divisions. This is why the women's tag belts don't feel like anything, because most of that division is just singles women that have been like chucked together. It's fine to do that, to chuck singles wrestlers together, but they need to be kept together for a while, right? So, a lot of the time we chuck two women together and then like a few weeks later they're getting a tag title opportunity, they're getting a championship match. Like, you know, that doesn't help the division. Like, if you're gonna put singles wrestlers together, put them together and keep them together for a while. Look at Alpha Academy. Otis came from Heavy Machinery, and Chad came from, was it the Glorious team with Bobby? Can't remember what Chad. No, he was doing Shorty G and stuff, weren't he, as well? He's been all over the road, but anyway, we put them two together, and we've kept them as, now they feel like a cohesive team, to the point where we're actually adding other members. Tozawa's come in, Maxxine's come in. You know, this is what we're doing with them. This is who they are. This is what they do, and I think that's good. That's good. We've put these people together, these singles wrestlers together, and we've made it work. But you see it time and time again where singles wrestlers get put together and then they're split up a month or two down the road. Because we need something for now. That's it. We book for the now rather than for the long term. But the hope is that Triple H is going to be booking a lot more for the long term. I think he is a much better long-term storyteller than Vince. Vince could do it. It was just a very difficult thing to commit to. But we've seen him do it. We've seen some long-term stories under Vince many times. But I think Triple H has got more of a desire to commit to long-term stories. And I think that he knows that they are the more satisfying stories as well. Like, look at Cody trying to finish the story. He could have won that title at 39 and story done, but it's still going. And Roman and the Bloodline, it's still going. Gunther with the Intercontinental Championship is the longest reigning IC champion. That story is still going. So, you know, there are stories that he can allow to play out over a long period of time, which Vince did. There's no way you can't say Vince didn't. He absolutely did. But I think Vince was also very guilty of being a lot more short-sighted and just going for the win here and now, rather than the long-term story, which I think Triple H is a bit more committed to. Ooh, how long we got? 21 minutes. Zokiller said, I like the Creeds. They need to tighten their moves up. I can tell they aren't natural WWE wrestlers. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I like the Creeds. I like them a lot. I think they're great talents. They're new. You know, they've just come out of NXT. So then, yeah, they're not the Steiners. You know, the Steiners had been working. By the time they came to WWE, they'd been all over the place, all over the world. And they were seasoned, and they just, you know, they had it. I think the Creeds, I don't know how long they've been wrestling. I don't know if they started really from a professional wrestling point of view when they arrived in NXT, or if they'd done some local shows. But pretty much, I think their extent of their knowledge has come from NXT. So they're still very early on in their journey if you want to compare it to a Steiner Brothers or something like that. So yeah, they'll get there. You know, any rough edges, I'm sure, will be rounded out, but they are really eye-catching, aren't they? And I think they're really grabbing some attention. If we can do right by the Authors of Pain when they come back in, if we can do right by them, that'll be very exciting. If we can do right by DIY, and how will we not? I mean, it's Tommaso and Johnny. They killed it in NXT. How is that going to fail? I mean, I'll be stunned if it does. So, you know, you look at some of the teams. And then you add in like Alpha Academy and obviously Viking Raiders once Eric returns. And, you know, you're starting to have a little look there and go, we've got a bit of a division here. We can do some stuff here. We can definitely do some stuff. So, yeah, you know, listen, we're on that road to WrestleMania. I think the tag division is encouraging, but I would say a million miles from where it needs to be. I think CM Punk coming back has just reignited the men's division. Absolutely. Obviously, in the women's division, we've got a few things that we can do. It's probably not as exciting as the men's at the moment. I mean, we've got Roman as champion. We've got Cody. We've got CM Punk just returned. You know, there's some interesting stuff happening. LA Knight, obviously, massively over. If you look at the women's division, we got the Damage Control situation. Feels a bit flat on Raw. Rhea and Becky feels like it, really. I mean, you can do Rhea and Raquel, because I definitely think Raquel's going to get the championship at some point next year. But so you can definitely do that. But outside of Rhea and Becky, there's not a great deal going on. We're trying to build up Zoe. We're trying to build up a few women. But yeah, a little flat on Raw. I'd say the women's division needs a little bit of a boost. But over on SmackDown, I mean, you've got Charlotte, you got Asuka, you got Bianca. Obviously, we're building up Io over there. So, yeah, there's some stuff that's going on over there. I think we can definitely turn that up as we head towards WrestleMania. It feels, and you might think I'm wrong, but it feels like Summit Special is coming together. I think CM Punk coming back has given us that feeling. And the fact it's WrestleMania 40 next year. If it was like WrestleMania 42, 43 next year, then maybe you'd be a little bit less hyped. Just that little bit less hyped. But because it's 40, because it's an anniversary WrestleMania, because CM Punk has just come back, because Roman's having this historic title reign, because Cody has got to finish the story, because there's an outside chance we might get AJ Lee at the Rumble, right? And she might return now that CM Punk's back, and there's a bit of a, oh, could she, might she not, because we might get Mercedes, Sasha Banks returning. Could it happen? Might it not happen? Like, you know, there's enough pieces in place at the moment where you're like, there's something brewing. There's something brewing. I think Triple H, right now, I think he knows the card for WrestleMania. I think he knows the full card both days. And I think that we're really seeing us kind of moving in that direction. I feel the momentum. I feel that we're being dragged in that direction. I can feel that we're heading towards something, which honestly for December, that's not how this time of year normally feels. At this time of the year, it feels like we're just, is it the next year yet? Like, it's normally like, when do we start the road to WrestleMania? I think because of Punk, it feels like we've started. I already feel like we're on the road. I already feel like pieces are in place and we're on our way. And it's the 12th of December. It's so bizarre. This is not how December normally feels. So, yeah, so much brewing, man. William said, Sean has more to do with NXT than you think. Triple H was running it when it was black and gold. Tell me it was not better. You cannot. I really hope we get AJ Lee, said VT. Rhea is too boring like Roman. We need more wrestling, said Charles. They should call up Tiffany. She's barely featured on NXT since losing to Becky, despite all the rave reviews, says Paul. But I think CM Punk should come back, sign up with Raw. Don't forget Okada coming because he is a free agent in February, says Robert. Yeah, the Okada one's an interesting one because I genuinely don't think he gets much of a reaction on the main roster. I think that is one that would be exciting to real hardcore wrestling fans. I mean, I would say if you are so into wrestling that you are in America or in the UK and you are watching and are aware of what's happening in New Japan, I would say you're a good distance down the rabbit hole at that point. You've definitely progressed from being not only a casual and not only a, like, you know, you watch WWE when it's on TV, but you've gone down the rabbit hole where you've got an awareness of New Japan. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know, like, what reaction he gets. I feel like I don't know. I don't even know how you debut him, to be honest. I don't even know how you debut him, because I feel like you might need to tell people in advance that he's coming. As crazy as that sounds, you might have to say, like, you know, next week we've got the hottest free agent joining us. Let's take a look at some of his best moments, and maybe you can get New Japan to just give you the rights for some footage for a video package. Because I genuinely would be worried that if you brought him out, that people would be like, who's this? It's mental, innit? I know it's mental. I know it sounds mental. I know it sounds wrong. I know it sounds wrong. But I have watched AEW when they have brought out Japanese stars, and no one. It's crickets. It's crickets. And that's AEW. That's an even older audience. That's an audience that doesn't have as many families and kids in it as WWE do. That's an older audience. You would think a more wrestling-aware audience. If any audience is going to wet themselves at the sight of Okada and at the sight of Switchblades, it's going to be the AEW audience. They're going to lose their shizzle. But I've seen it where they come out and they don't lose their shizzle. It's very quiet. And it's a hard one to get your head around. Can't quite work out why. But I think the truth is that in AEW, there are people now that watch AEW because they like AEW, and they didn't watch New Japan. And they didn't watch Omega and the Bucks when they were in New Japan. They've just got onto it since they've stumbled across it on TV. And so they're AEW fans. They're not New Japan fans. And I think that gap is even wider in WWE. So there would be a reaction, definitely, because if you've got 10,000 people in a crowd, someone's going to flip in and watch New Japan. Someone's going to be aware. But on that scale, I would imagine that it's going to be relatively quiet. So this is why, if they did get him, and I really hope they do, I don't think they will, but I really hope they do, then how would you debut him? I think a lot of people would be like, oh, right, well, what I'd do is a mystery person, and then I'd bring him, but I don't know if that's the right way, because you might be doing him a disservice if he comes out and it's not going to look good if he comes out and no one reacts. No one cares. I mean, don't forget, Dragon Lee was a name in New Japan. I remember watching Dragon Lee years ago in New Japan. And he was battling away in the junior heavyweight division. And again, look at how they've brought him into NXT and then brought him to the main roster. If you watch New Japan, you've seen Dragon Lee. But this crowd don't react to him, and it feels like they don't have an awareness of him. I know that Okada is a bigger star, but it's an interesting conversation, that one. It's really messes with your head if you are a wrestling fan. Okada's he might be the mountaintop. He might be the best of the past 10 years. I mean, I think you can make an argument for Daniel Bryan. I think you can make an argument for AJ Styles. You could maybe make an argument for Seth Rollins, but I don't know, man. I think it might be Okada, who is the best of the past 10 years. And so if we're talking about arguably the best wrestler in the world of the past 10 years, you would think that more people would have an awareness of him, but just not sold that they do. Maybe I'm doing well, I don't know that I am, actually. I was going to say maybe I'm doing some WWE fans a disservice, but I don't think it is a disservice. If you love WWE and you enjoy watching WWE, why do you need to watch anything else? Why do you need to watch New Japan? You don't have to. I never watched anything else when I was watching in the 90s, WWF. So I don't think it's a disservice. I don't think it's a disrespect to say these people probably don't watch New Japan. They love WWE and they watch WWE. That's fine. That's good. I used to be that way as well. But then, you start branching out a little bit more and watching some other stuff. and there's some great stuff out there. And eventually you get to James Chadwick level where you just, I don't think, sleep. Just literally go from one show to another show 24 hours a day. Sir Portington is in the chat. Sir Portington, I hope you are well, my friend. Sir Portington. Days Sir Portington has arrived. I am so much better now that you're here. I felt like we were just descending at times into a little bit of a gutter. Felt like, you know, sometimes I want to feel the same way I feel when I'm eating a Ferrero Rocher. I want to feel special. I want to feel elite. I want to feel like we're living the high life. And now that Sir Portington has joined us, that is exactly how I feel. I feel like this stream has graduated out of the gutter, into the ballroom, into the banquet, and we are ready now for a fine evening. That's what we're going to have. We're going to have fine wine, fine chats, wonderful conversation. And we have graduated from the slums to the palace now that Sir Portington has joined us. A. Jobson said, I hope during CM Punk's promo, Seth interrupts and tells CM Punk he doesn't want him on Raw, thus motivating Punk to sign with Raw. That could be fun. They've got to be careful with that because I'm fully on board now that what we're seeing, everything here is a work. Yeah. I thought that Seth's reaction was a shoot at Survivor Series. I still honestly don't know, right? I think that there's we know that he was told about CM Punk coming in before the War Games match. I genuinely believe he doesn't like him, right? These are things which I feel very confident on, right? I feel very confident he was told before the match at Survivor Series that Punk was going to come in. I feel very confident he genuinely, really does not like him. And I feel very confident that he would make those feelings known, right? I feel good on all of these points. The only thing I don't know is his reaction at Survivor Series. Was that a real reaction or was it an exaggerated reaction? And honestly, I'm still not sure because he knew the camera wasn't on him. I think the swearing is and sticking up the middle finger. But the swearing, I mean, he was dropping big F-bombs in front of kids. I've got big questions about that. If he is working, then I've got big questions about how far he went with that. In front of, you know, families and whatever. You know, if you take your kids to a WWE show, you wouldn't expect them to be exposed to things like that. And this isn't me being all woke or whatever, right? I don't care. I wouldn't, you know, it wouldn't bother me. But I'm just saying that there wasn't a need for it. He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to put in that language. He didn't need to be throwing up the middle finger. He could have been ranting and raving and shouting, "You're not welcome. Why don't you go back to AEW?" Like, he could have been shouting anything. He didn't need to. It didn't need to come across the way it came across. So this is where my confusion came from. This is why I looked at it and I was like, I just don't know. I just don't know. He seems to be doing stuff that I would not think is in the WWE playbook. He seems to be going to lengths that I don't think superstars would go to if they were working. So that's what made me lean to it being a shoot. But since that point, a lot of stuff I've seen has felt... A lot of stuff that I've seen has felt like we're working now, right? Now it feels like we're working. And I've got no doubt we're building to CM Punk Seth Rollins. I've no doubt about that. I think what I'm looking for with this feud is I want them to still make me have doubts. I don't know how they're going to do it. I could come up with suggestions, but I don't know how they're going to do it. But I want to feel like Seth doesn't want the match. I still want to feel Like he doesn't like Punk and doesn't want this match. That's the story. And so it's up to them to make me believe that story. So that's what I'm looking for. And I have got a few concerns that we're going to do some stuff that we're going to watch and we're going to be like, no, no. Clearly they're working together there. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't say that. You know, I've got a feeling we're going to get a lot of them kind of segments on the road to WrestleMania where they're not going to get the tone right. They're not going to get the language quite right. Like, oh, look, clearly they're working together. They wouldn't do that. You know, I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. You've chosen to go down this road. You've chosen to go down the road of really trying to make us believe they don't like each other. And I don't think they do. And that they don't, Seth in particular, doesn't want this match. That's the story you're trying to tell, right? So there's pressure on making sure you tell it the right way. And I just don't know. I'm a bit worried if they're going to be able to do it or not. I think there's ways that they can do it. I think I think they need to keep them apart, to be honest. I think if I was Seth and I hated someone like CM Punk, I think I would probably stay away. I wouldn't want to, I don't want anything to do with him. Don't talk about him. Don't mention him. I don't want nothing to do with him. So my concern would be if he comes out and says, I don't want you on Raw, go away, and then CM Punk signs on Raw, you can do it. But I think you just have to be careful that it doesn't come across as fake and phony and clearly they're working together and clearly that's scripted. And I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying be careful. Be careful. Because I think there's a way that this can be done that is like, oh my God. You know, like Bloodline. Bloodline was so good and we were all like, oh my God, this is amazing. I think with this story, there's no reason why it can't be as impactful. There's no reason as to why this story can't be as good. But I think you've just got to be careful that it doesn't stray into that kind of, what's this? They wouldn't, what are they doing? They wouldn't do that. He wouldn't say that. He wouldn't agree to that. Blah, 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 blah. That's the bit I'm worried about, and I've got a feeling we might end up having a few of them conversations on the road to WrestleMania, but I hope not. I hope not. Awesome Wrestling Wide said, are you doing UFC on Saturday and Day of Reckoning? Well, I don't know what Day of Reckoning is, but I'm doing UFC. We are here for UFC. UFC 296. Oh, hang on. Day of Reckoning. Is that not... is that the Joshua thing? Is that what they called it? In my head, something's just gone Anthony Joshua. Like Rumble in the Jungle. If they've cut it, yes, if that's the case. But that's the week after, isn't it? So this weekend is UFC. The week after that is Anthony Joshua. And actually, I should probably just set them streams up. There shouldn't really be any guesswork. There doesn't need to be. It is UFC this weekend, big card as well. And the week after, Joshua is fighting. Deontay Wilder is fighting. Who else is on that card? Is Bivol on this card? I think Bivol might be on the card as well. So, yeah, big Saturday streams coming up. Big Saturday streams coming up. Big. Right, what time is it? We got a minute. Oh my God, you didn't tell me you only had a minute. We only got a minute. Imagine if we got a cult leader Bray and Jake the Snake interaction. That'd be sick, man. That would have been so amazing, and the promos would have been fire. That would have been amazing. Imagine if Bray needed a bit of help. I'm not saying like Jake comes and actually helps, but I'm saying like advice. That could have been sick. Like if he'd like, you know, tried a few things against Randy, maybe Randy, you know, maybe it takes a snake to beat a snake. And then like he goes off and speaks with Jake just to get some advice. He ain't going to physically help him. That could have been sick. Anything involving Jake would have been sick. He's one of the greatest minds. Right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's watch this show and then critique it. Let's watch this show and then complain. Yeah! Nah, man, it's good. We're in a good place. Wrestling's in a good place. WWE are in a really good place. Let's watch this show and praise it, because it's going to be good. AR1, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Mystic Mist said, imagine it comes down to Cody and Punk in the Rumble. That would be sick. That would be sick. If it comes down to that, I think Punk should win. I think Punk should win. Because then that would, as we said before, I think if I was to book Seth right now, I would have him nowhere near CM Punk, not mentioning him. The only time he mentions him is if the crowd bring him up. And they will. You got to know when Seth's in a ring, there's going to be a CM Punk chant. And so at that point, you can acknowledge it. Other than that, you don't talk about him. I don't want to see anything backstage. I don't want to see anything. You don't talk about him. He's dead. He doesn't exist. He's not a thing. He's not on your radar. You're never having a match. You don't want to acknowledge him. You don't want to talk about him. He's not a thing. Done. And I would book it that way. And then, you know, maybe the idea could somewhere get floated. Maybe the bump or someone mentions it about, do you think you'll ever defend against CM Punk? And at that point, Seth could be like, never. You will never see that match. I cannot stand that guy. And you will never see that match. And then Punk goes and wins the Rumble. And all of a sudden, CM Punk can choose whether that match is going to happen. And of course, he does. And we can take it from there. What's good about that is that it puts Seth into a situation he's not in control of. And it also means that Cody hasn't, you know, he ain't finishing the story. So that then means we've got to find another way for him to get to Roman. And it just delays it. It makes it a little bit harder again. So if that was the situation we were in, I would definitely have Punk go over Cody and win the Rumble. Plus also, Cody won it last year, didn't he? He doesn't need to win it twice in a row. I'd have Punk do it. So that would be pretty sick. I don't mind Punk winning the Rumble. Totally fine with that. Totally fine. I don't mind Cody winning it again either, to be honest. I mean, it gets him where he needs to be, so that's fine. I don't mind Punk winning it. That would be brilliant. I'd be totally down for that. I really don't mind Gunther winning it. I mean, that would be the curveball. Gunther winning it would be like, what? Let's go. So I don't mind Gunther winning it. I think there's some great options for I think the Rumble is so exciting this year. So exciting. There's so many options. And I don't think there is an out-and-out favourite. Because for everyone going, it's going to be Punk, you can easily go, well, it could be Cody. And then you could have other people coming in with the Gunther shout as well, you know? I mean, I think there's a few that are definitely in the running. Sometimes you can go into it and you're like, yeah, it feels like it's going to be Drew or it's going to be, you know, whoever. I don't really feel that way this year. I don't even know who the favourite is, actually. I don't know who the favourite is. I would, at a guess, would have thought Cody was the favourite. But that might have changed now that Punk's back. So, awesome wrestling wide. Shout out to you. Right, here we go. We just had a little video package. I don't know what we're opening with. We've got a little robot pointing over towards where we are, and we are in Cleveland. Is this not the home of Johnny Gargano? He's a Cleveland boy, isn't he? That's short. Here's main event Jey Uso. Yeah, I think Johnny's from Cleveland. That makes me think we're going to see DIY. They haven't been announced. Unless they've been announced over the past few hours whilst we've been streaming. Yeet. He's got his yeet shirt. We're back yeeting again, as has been reported. Oh, man. I wonder how much that dude got for that. There was some dude that owned the yeet copyright. Clever boy. Clever boy. Yeah, you might do well to think about some words that might be of interest to WWE and just go out and copyright them. I don't know that we ever would have got to yeet, but Jey Uso, Drew McIntyre. That is going to be starting the show. We're just going straight into a match. Tonight we've got CM Punk's decision. Does he go to Raw? Does he go to NXT? Or does he go to Smackdown? Also tonight, Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, takes on Shinsuke Nakamura. Great match. Let's go. Cody Rhodes against Shinsuke. These two one-on-one for the first time ever. Good reaction for Jay. Oh, he is going to cut a little promo. Slightly out of breath again. I like him in the blue. He looks good, doesn't he? I like him in the blue. He's a bit Blue-Tista. I like that, though. Yeet, yeet, yeet. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. Punk decides to go to the circus, says Miss Clown One. He should go to the circus. He's excited about CM Punk being in the building. Okay. He decides if he wants to sign with Raw or not. Yeet. We get a yeet. Last week, we lost a real one. Sammy. My dog, Sami Zayn. Get well, Oos. Oh, he calls him Oos. Love that. Get well, Oos. We lost a real one. You know that Sammy will be watching this. Big Sammy chant. Fills the heart with joy, doesn't it, eh? So, he's talking about Drew attacking Sammy last week. His action showed different. Two-faced. But tonight, he'll be face-to-face with me. Here's Drew. So, Jay was talking about how he was going to settle the score and he was going to... So, really, it was just a recap, wasn't it? It was just all he did was tell us what happened last week. I liked him calling Sammy Uso, though. Drew versus Jay. Drew's coming out with a microphone. See what Drew's got to say. Here's Drew. Booze for Drew. Here we go. And don't you think that locker room is in enough of a state with you in it? Nick Aldis. We don't want CM Punk in that locker room. So Drew is saying that he doesn't want CM Punk. Drew said, I've traveled the world with him. I know what he's actually like. I know how this story's going to end. This is a weird one, isn't it? Are we doing CM Punk Drew before we do CM Punk Seth? Maybe CM Punk Seth's WrestleMania, and maybe CM Punk Drew is Elimination Chamber? I love that dude in the background. Drew's like, Sammy's at home right now, and maybe I had a little to do with it. And the dude in the background was like, just a little bit. The dude's reactions are really fun. Drew apologizes, which is nice. So Drew making his way into the ring. Oh, social experiment. Waffling, isn't he? Bishop said, I got a question. When do you think WWE will have Gunther lose the IC title? I think it's soon. I think it's real soon. I've been thinking I thought it was Survivor Series. Not against The Miz, to be honest, but I didn't mind him losing to The Miz. But yeah, the point I keep making is, like, the longer this goes on, the longer that record is getting, the harder it'll be to beat. He doesn't need it any longer. What more has he got to achieve? He doesn't... I don't know why he's still got it. So, I don't know. Is he going to lose the title at Rumble and then win the Rumble? Stupid made-up words. Clearly you can't dance. What's going on? Oh, he's really leaning into the yeet thing. He just said about a yeet down. We're going to have a yeet down. Right, we are underway with Jay and Drew. Right, Mitchell said there's a guy that owns the copyright, Super D-I-C-K. Oh. And the Young Bucks are trying to get it because they want a Super D-I-C-K party. Well, I hope they achieve their dreams. Aim big, guys. Dream big. Russell Danny said, it would be good if there was a special edition of Raw between now and the Rumble, like a Raw roulette that is a mini pay-per-view. That would be good. That would be good. Just give it a little boost. I mean, they used to do day one, so when's the first? What's that on? The first is a Monday. The first is a Monday. So why don't we do like that for like the first of the year? We used to do day one. We don't have that now, so let's do a pay-per-view-esque size Raw on the first. Yeah, it's a great idea. Send that to Triple H at WWE.com. I wonder if anyone ever does that. Do you think anyone ever emails Triple H at WWE.com? I wonder if that even works. I bet someone does. Yeet just means throw, says James. Throw down. Jay sounds like he went out unscripted. I wish it was. Sounded a little awkward. But Yeet is a meme that started on TikTok, says the internet menace. We are yeeting good tonight, said Helicard. We're very good. Very good. We yeeting good. We yeeting good. McIntyre was a multi-dimensional character now, and I like that. Where is Raw tonight, Cleveland? Inside Out again said, Days, do the UK and Scotland get along? Yeah, we get along. It's one of those interesting rivalry relationships. I mean, it's... I suppose the way I see it is like a brotherly relationship. Like, we are... I mean, we're always connected. We're always going to be connected. We're never going to not be together. But there's obviously a lot of history between the two countries. There's a lot of... different feelings, you know, certainly as to whether they want to be part of the UK or not, and there was a whole independence thing and all of that stuff. So, you know, there's definitely emotions and feelings and an interesting relationship, but, you know, would I feel safe going to Scotland? I mean, yes, of course, absolutely. I've been there many times. And like I see it more as like I suppose, I don't know, is there two sports teams in the same city? Like, I don't know, the relationship between the LA Clippers and the LA Lakers, would that be a good comparison? I suppose it'd be a bit like that. Would it be... It's not really the same as Canada and America, because we are connected a bit closer with the United Kingdom. So I suppose it's not really like that, but it's... the way I would put it is like two rival sports teams that are always going to be connected unless one of the teams goes out of business. But yeah, I see it as like a brotherly thing. I love those guys. I love those crazy cats, man. With their spicy drinks. With their spicy alcoholic drinks. And their bags of whatever haggis is. I don't even think they know, to be honest. I think it's literally just put a sheep in a meat grinder and just see what comes out. Kick out by Drew. Dark Angel said Punk is going to sign with WCW Thursday Night Thunder. Let's go. Let's go. Matt said, I'm an Englishman that lives in Wales. That's interesting. That sounds interesting. I mean, I'm right on the Welsh border. I'd imagine there's a... What jokes do the Welsh say about the English? We know what the English say about the Welsh, but I don't know what the Welsh say about the English, to be honest. I would imagine it's not good. Big shot there by Drew. Big Time said, isn't it crazy Raw has a packed house each week? Tonight it's 10,000. Sap so many times has said that highest grossing for that market. Raw does 1.7 million. This wasn't happening when 4.5 million were watching. Big suplex. Hang on. I'm trying to unpack it. So you're telling me that when 4.5 million were watching, they weren't getting 10,000 people in attendance? I actually don't know what the attendances were back then. I mean, that information was not information that we were fixated on back then. So I don't know what the attendances were during the Attitude Era, but surely they were. I mean, it was always packed houses. I mean, it was... the company was red hot, so how were they not doing 10,000 ticket sales? I mean, the reason as to why they are highest grossing now is because the ticket prices are so much more expensive. So they get 10,000 people, but they charge them quite high, like, ticket compared to how it used to be. You know, it's a double-edged sword, actually, because on one point, you can look at it and go, yeah, the business, they're doing good. On the other point, they're doing good because they're getting 10,000 ticket sales at a higher price. But who's paying for that? Who's paying for that? It's the fans that end up paying for it. You know, back in the day, you could get a ticket to a show, like, I don't know, $15, $20, whatever. Now, you're probably looking at 50. So it's like, it's a good thing to brag about, but it's a weird thing to brag about. You might as well be saying we're ripping you off. we're really rinsing the fans here. We've set a new record for gate receipts. It's a weird one, isn't it? Because they do say that and brag about it, and other sports do. UFC do. You know, we've just broke the gate receipt for this venue. Oof! So, a bit of a drive-by there by Drew. But the reason why they break that gate receipt is because they are charging a lot more money now than they used to. But, listen, people are paying it. But I think you are also pricing some people out of it. There's going to be some people that used to be able to go that can't go and can't afford it anymore. And that's a concern, to be honest. You know, if you want to take the kids and the family to wrestling, wrestling should be an affordable form of entertainment. It should be like football should be. And we're seeing with sports, you know, again, we have this conversation with boxing and UFC. People are like, the fighters should get paid more. The fighters should get paid more. Okay, well, where do you think that money's going to come from? It's going to come from you. So if you're saying the fighter should be paid more, the fighter should be paid more, then it's you that's going to pay more for the fights. Like, it's weird because the boxers get paid a lot. So people are saying UFC fighters should be paid in line. You could also make the argument the boxers shouldn't be paid as much as what they're getting paid. I mean, if they didn't get paid as much, then you know, the cost of the pay-per-views would come down. Why is it acceptable that you have to pay $70-80 for a pay-per-view? Why is that acceptable? It's acceptable because it's become acceptable. That's the price, and you have to pay it, and you have to deal with it. But if the fighters weren't paid as much, then the cost of that would come down. And does it make a difference if they get paid 10 million or 15 million? Does it really make that much of a difference? 10 million or 15 million? Like, it's still going to be millions and millions and millions. We're not saying they're going to go on the breadline. It's just like, how is it I agree you should be getting paid a good amount, right? No one's saying they shouldn't. But some of these top-end pay-per-view events, people are getting paid... How many? I mean, like, how many millions do you need? How many millions do you need? Where do you draw the line? People will say, well, they're putting their lives on the line. They're putting their lives on the line, so they deserve to be paid millions and millions. That's fine. They can still be paid millions and millions. But I go back to my original point, which is, what's the difference between 10 million and 15 million or 10 million and 30 million? If it means that everyone can pay less and having to tune in and watch them, you know? So it's funny, isn't it? Like the gate receipt thing, WWE are bragging about it because it's good for their business and it's good for the shareholders and it's a good thing to brag about. But basically, they're making that money because they're charging the fans a lot more. And so now it's more expensive to go to WWE than it used to be in the past, which is, you know, putting more of a strain on people. I think that's, I'm really against it. I'm really against high pay-per-view prices. I'm really against high ticket prices. I think this, you know, people should be paid fairly. You know, the amount of money that's in the Premier League is ridiculous. Ridiculous. And who pays for that? Well, yeah, it's on TV. TV money pays for it. But you pay for it because of your TV subscription. It's all of you that pay for Sky that makes it worthwhile for Sky to then give the money to the players, you know? How can it be right that people are earning like 300,000 a week? How can that be right? How can that be correct? It's so far removed from where the average person and what the average person earns. It's mental. It's mental. It's broken. It's a broken system. So a whole rant on like how much sports stars are earning. I don't begrudge them earning a good wage. I don't begrudge that in the slightest. But I do begrudge the fans having to pay as much as what they do. I do begrudge that because that doesn't strike me as right. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. That doesn't strike me as right. Throw there by, because, you know, it just becomes for the rich. If you're rich and you've got money, you can go to these things. If you're poor, sorry, no wrestling for you. No wrestling for you. English football fans pay so much and they don't even get all the matches, says XX Shadow. So apparently, was this whilst we were at commercial break that Drew slingshotted Jay into the metalwork underneath the ring? Drew, so Michael Cole said, this is a Drew McIntyre that I don't recognize. So on the outside of the ring, he slingshotted Jay into like the underside of the ring. Shots coming in by Jay. We're 25 minutes into Raw. It's a good little contest between these two. Headbutt there by Drew. We have been at commercials a few times as Drew comes over. Goes to the outsides. Big shot coming in there by Drew. Drew going up. Jay trying to come over as Drew comes down. He rolls through. Kick coming into the midsection. Big shot coming in. Duck underneath. Big Samoan drop there by Jay. Goes for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, a big Samoan drop. Jay trying to battle his way back. Where could the story be going if Drew doesn't lead to the possibility of a title win? Well, I mean, it unfortunately could just be a way of keeping Drew relevant and keeping him around and keeping the interest in him. I don't know that this is a story that's got a destination. It might just be that we're explaining why he's turning heel. Jay charging over. I mean, it could just be that Drew, you know, turns heel, wants to get to a title, but just people keep getting in the way. We keep finding feuds and, you know, we just do this for a bit. So, kip up by Drew. Drew pulls the hair back, slowly looks over at Jay. Jay in the corner. Drew setting up for a Claymore. Claymore coming. McIntyre in position. 1. Charging over. Super kick there by Jay. And again, Drew goes down. Jay is climbing up. Big splash. Knees up by Drew. Drew, double underhooks. Future shock. Future shock. DDT. And kick out by Jay. I thought that was going to do it, man. He hit that future shock perfectly. So good. Really connected with that. Managed to get the knees up as Jay came off the top. Absolutely. I mean, Jay sold it so well. I mean, look at this. Bang. That should have probably put him away, actually. I mean, the DDT by Jake the Snake used to put people away. The future shock is even more devastating. But Jay kicks out and Drew is removing that top turnbuckle pads. So the top turnbuckle has been removed. Drew is looking over. He's urging Jay to get up to his feet. Here we go. Here we go. Charging over, looking for a Claymore spear by Jay. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up, baby. Managing to get that shoulder up, and he's grabbing him by the eye. Sticking his fingers right in the eye of Jay. Jay goes over the other side, setting him up for the Claymore. Claymore connects. Jay goes down. That'll be it. 1, 2, 3. Jokes on them. They had a hole in it. I don't know what we're talking about, Sonny, but it sounds sexy. Zokiller said, everyone has a super kick in their moveset now. Michael said, where will Deonna Purrazzo sign? Don't know, but I've got to think there'll be some interested parties. AEW, I think, definitely should have a look. WWE, they've had her before. I don't know why she ended up leaving. I think she has flourished, bloomed. They could definitely look to bring her back. If she came back, I think they would put her in NXT for a little run. Not as a disrespect thing, but as a, we might need to just do a few little bits, you know, get her back in the WWE way. I think the way they do things in Impact, hard cams and all that kind of stuff, might be a little different to how we do it in WWE. And Taya Valkyrie, I think, was a decent sized name in Impact. She went to NXT. LA Knight started and went to NXT as well. So again, you know, it's not a disrespect thing. It's just, I think if we was to get her, I could see her go in there for a little bit. And then quite quickly head into the main roster. And I think she'd be a good addition. I think they should have a look at her. But they might already have an opinion because they've had her before. So I might lean AEW. I might lean AEW as her landing spot, but I haven't heard any rumors. Mitchell said, we're about to get another eye patch in wrestling. Let's go. Let's go. We're seeing CM Punk from Smackdown on Friday. We've seen a lot. Oh, and Deadline. He's had a busy weekend, this boy. I think he managed to get Sunday off. So where is CM Punk going to go? Is he going to Raw? Is he going to NXT? Is he going to SmackDown? I think everyone pretty much expecting Raw to be the destination. Maybe they are going to do another day one pay-per-view every 7 years until it's on a Saturday, says the guy. Maybe that's it. We get it once every 7 years. The match went 17 minutes, 12 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it was pay-per-view quality, to be honest. I mean, even during commercial break, they seem to still be doing stuff, you know? Why have they brought CM Punk back? He sucked. He didn't want to give up his title. He didn't want to fight people, says Carlos. Well, as Triple H said, that was a long time ago. We've all changed. WWE released Diana back on Black Wednesday, says Roman. So we're just seeing video package of CM Punk and his comments from Smackdown. Main event in WrestleMania. CM Punk will sign with NXT, and then he'll be the NXT superstar that Grayson Waller is facing on SmackDown, said Fun Animals. Why don't you do a poll for CM Punk, says McAvoy. What would the question be? If it's where is he gonna go, I feel like it's a little... Well, I feel like it's really obvious. He's, you know, Randy's just signed with SmackDown. CM Punk is here on Raw announcing where he's going to sign. So it feels like it's going to be Raw. Pipe bombs everywhere, said Zoom Station. CM Punk talks better than he can fight. UFC Norton 2, said Lonnie. AJ Lee is too little to come back. She's too short, says Carlos. Did you see Hogan's comments on Seth? No. What did Hogan say? I know it's been said thousands of times, says Jacob, but WWE really do the best video packages. They really do as well. Their video packages are sick. We are at commercial break right now. So we are at commercial break, and good. I mean, I think the promos at the start were okay. I don't think they were bad. I don't think they were electrifying or anything. I think that they served a purpose of setting up the match, and then I think they've just given us a pay-per-view quality match. I mean, that really is... I mean, you've got to say 35 minutes in, you feel like you've had something there. You know, there's a lot of bad blood between Drew and Jey Uso, and that is a match that could have happened at a pay-per-view. Definitely, easily happened at a pay-per-view, and we just got it properly as well. No outside interference, messing around. Granted, it wasn't clean, because ref was a bit distracted with the turnbuckle pad, but it feels that could have happened at Crown Jewel. Easily. So you got to say we've had good so far. And we've still got CM Punk, and we've still got Cody against Shinsuke. I mean, it's a pretty stacked Raw, man. What do you think of Braun coming back for Bray? I hope he becomes a darker Braun. Coming back for Bray? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like to pay respects to Bray? I mean, I think when Braun comes back, there will be something in his ring gear or some sort of tribute that's paid. I don't know that they would bring him back as like I don't know, a dark version. I don't know that they would do that. They need to make a decision really as to whether they're going to go down that road now that Bray's no longer around. And at the moment, it sort of feels like they're not. You know, rumors are they're not doing anything else with Howdy, and that's done. That was the word on the street. There was also a thought that there was going to be some more Firefly Funhouse episodes, though. Maybe that could be connected with Braun and Alexa, but I mean, Alexa's just gone off and had a kid. Don't know when she's coming back. And to be honest, I don't know really what Triple H is going to want to do. He might have different ideas for Alexa. He might have some different thoughts as to how to present her. And people might also want to just leave all of that where it is because of, you know, Bray. It was Bray's vision and Bray's gone. So I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know what they're going to do. We've spoke a few times about what I think they could do, and I think what I'd be tempted to book if I was booking it. But I don't know what it is that we're going to see. I do feel like Braun needs something, though. Him just being out there, the monster, get these hands... Whatever it is he's shouting these days. I was never a fan of Get These Hands. I was never a fan of Monster Amongst Men and all that kind of stuff. I think we've found a new way of presenting Shinsuke that's cool and credible and interesting. And I think there's something else we can do with Braun. Talking of Shinsuke, he is saying, I have watched you week after week talk about finishing your story. Yet you are no closer. You are a dog. Oof. Chasing a car. As great as you are not enough. Bit disrespectful to dogs. And you never will be. I think he says this to dogs. You say you don't respect me. This is a good video package. That is your weakness. That is your weakness. You strive for the admiration of others. I freed myself from that burden long ago. I draw my own destiny. I paint my own story. Shinsuke Nakamura has been reborn. Thanks to you, Cody. But now I will bring your story. Look at the graphics. Look at this. It's sick. Look at this cartoon, comic book, anime, manga, whatever the words are. Remember, you asked for this. That is sick. Jeez. What the flip? It's amazing. Reminds me a bit of Xia Li when she was in NXT and they were doing the comic book stuff for her, talking about her backstory. So good. If you've never seen that, so good. Right, we're with Judgment Day. Me and Rhea aren't here for 1 week. JD's getting the blame. Lock the door. People keep breaking into our clubhouse. I like his shirt. He's wearing a Finn, Damien, Rhea, Dirty Dom, and JD, which he's put on himself. Clearly things aren't going our way. We're going to handle business Judgment Day style. Saying you're the leader is different from being the leader. We need to remind people that we run Raw, says Rhea. I'll make an example out of Maxxine tonight. Here's Maxxine. So is this going to be next? This is legit. This is like a pay-per-view event. 6th opening match. Cody Nakamura. Video package was amazing. Judgment Day segment. Tasty. Women's Championship match. R-Truth! I don't think you're in the group of Judgment Day. You've got them wrong. I am in the group. Happy Thanksgiving! So he says that he wants to decorate the clubhouse for Easter. And they said to him, look, you're not in the group. It's like, I am. He thinks he's in the group. Not in the group. Here's Rhea. I love the R-Truth Judgment Day arc. R-Truth is the real leader of the Judgment Day. Let's go. Imagine if they did start following his commands. Maxxine Dupri. Let's go. Truth needs to be a part of the Alpha Academy, says AR1. Classic Truth, says VT. I'm glad they didn't turn on Dom, said Gerald. Dave, someone stole my bike. Joke is on them. The front tire is popped and they probably fell off. I'm getting a new bike soon. It wasn't hidden well. Couldn't get it upstairs. All right. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. At least you're not too down about it, though, if you said you was going to get a new one anyway, so. Mommy fears daddy sign. Mommy fears daddy. Right, Maxxine and Rhea coming up next. 44 minutes into this show. We eating good, boys and girls. We eating good. We eating good. I've got no complaints. I've got no complaints. I think the first match was pay-per-view quality. I think the promos before were fine. Could they have been a bit more impactful? Maybe. But they were still fine and they set the match up fine. The Nakamura video package is mental with those comic book, anime, manga type graphics. The Judgment Day segment was fun. We get a little R-Truth thing as well. That's now set up this next match, which is for the Women's Championship. Okay, not the most engaging of matches. I don't think anyone's giving Maxxine a chance, but it's still a championship match. And really, there are other reasons to watch than the result. Like, how does Maxxine look? This is huge. Imagine the nerves that she's got right now. Put yourself in her shoes. Backstage, Ripley on Raw. You know, she hasn't had that many singles matches, Maxxine Dupri. This is a real... This is a real test. There could be some moments that go wrong in this match, and I don't think it's so much who's going to win. It's just how is the match going to look? How is Maxxine going to look? How is this match going to go? So, yeah, I'm interested to see it. It's maybe not the match that I would have booked But it's good to see Rhea defending the title. She does need some title defenses. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. We've got the poll in the chat as well. Vote away. Has it actually shown? Has it showed up in the chat? I don't know. Got a little freezing. Little bit of, I think, did we hit a little lag iceberg? Little lag iceberg momentarily. That's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. Little lag iceberg, but we're fine. We can get it back, baby. Kappa, shout out to you. Wrestler Andy said there's a video on YouTube of Jeremy Clarkson saying the first ever yeet from 1998. I can believe that. Kappa said, please sing Give Maxxine a Chance. All we are saying, give Maxxine a chance. And you know what? She's getting that chance. It's exactly what she's getting right now on Raw. John Lennon wrote that song for her. Right, Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. If TNA Wrestling went out of business tomorrow, where do you see all the stars signing? What? you want to go through every person in Impact and where they would end up going? We're probably not going to do that because Maxxine Dupri is making her way out right now. Here is Ivy Nile with Maxxine. Oh, has she always done that for Maxxine? Maxxine Dupri. They did used to do that. That was what they used to say. We just never really hear Maxxine getting introduced, but Dupri. Another Samantha Irvin creation. Dupri. Dirty Dom choker. That is a... that seriously looks like a choking hazard. That is a big chunk of metal that she's got around her throat in it. So Maxxine trying to stay out of the way. Slapped there by Maxxine, who looks shocked. She tries to get out the way as Rhea delivers a big clothesline. Maxxine gets back up. She knocks her back down again. Love it. Love how she's holding onto that arm. Look at Maxxine. She's a good seller, Maxxine. She has got a lot of inexperience. Oh, a little bit butchy. Shot to the back there. She tries to get it back up again. Maxxine throwing in some shots. Oh, it is a bit clunky, isn't it? What the hell? What the hell was that? I think we were all asking that question. It was like a head scissors by Maxxine. Maxxine goes to go out the rope, stuck underneath, over the other side, duck underneath again, round the back of Rhea. Maxxine rolls back, big boot, down goes Maxxine. Look at Maxxine on her knees, and she's like, oh, another move. I don't know if it's, I can't tell, man. I cannot tell if it's Rhea that's just struggling to pick up Maxxine or if Maxxine's just not helping Rhea, but some of these lifts have been very labored. Yeah, some of this movement has been really clunky. Rhea grabbing the legs, looking for the clover leaf on Maxxine. That was good though. She wrapped the legs up. Yanked her. Oh my god, look at the curvature there. Oh, look at that. Look at the back, man. Oh, her feet are like round here by her head. A very short, little clunky affair, to be honest. But Ivy Nile steps in. Ivy Nile steps in and steps up to Rhea. This could be a fun little moment between these two. Look at Ivy Nile. This could be fun. There's a size difference, but Ivy Nile has got some strength. Well, maybe we just used Maxxine to get Ivy into the picture. It looks like that's what we've done. You're nothing in my world. Harsh. Oh, what's this? I love these girls. Kaden and Katana at EDC Orlando. Over at Camping Worlds. That's where WrestleMania 24 was. So this must have been some sort of festival. EDC. So it's a video package for Kaden and Katana. We've set our sights on the tag titles. Oh God, it's so good. I mean, this character. Oh God, this character depth, and I mean, we know a bit more about them. They love going clubbing, and they've been to a festival, and they're great friends. If you never saw him in NXT, then you've just got a little taste as to what these two are about. On Raw. And then earlier, we just did something similar with Shinsuke. Oh, it's so good. Oh, he's so good. Triple H is so good. Here is Adam Pearce coming over to see CM Punk. So is it CM Punk next? 6 minutes. Up next, CM Punk. Oh my God. Oh my God! CM Punk next! This Raw is good, man. Apart from, like, the Maxxine match, which was a bit clunky. Mitchell said, Electric Daisy Carnival. Is that what it's called? Electric Daisy Carnival. Well, it's lovely that they've named a carnival after me. Days, Ivy is the only woman that has a look badder than Rhea, said AJG. Ray said, Vince who? Yeah, Vince who? Don't know. I think he was the Joker in the Batman series, Vince. I think he was called Vince McMahon. I remember him being a Joker. Because we cook him right now. Triple H is a chef. Vince was the Joker, but Triple H is the chef. Because we cook him, baby. We got some really good stuff going on at the moment. Loving, and we've, you know, we're not changed our tune. We've said it for a long time. I wish there was more character development, more character depth. For me, when I, you know, wrestling, for me, when I was really enjoying it was when we were getting vignettes and getting to know the wrestlers a bit more. You know, with Undertaker, you would get some, like him in the workshop, building the casket. You know, you got a little funeral parlor segment. You know, they really fleshed out his worlds a little bit more. And they did that for a lot of other people as well. I mean, like Hogan, you would see him training, and, you know, Macho Man, you went round his house with Miss Elizabeth in like a home Coliseum home video. There's seeing them outside of the ring and learning a bit more about their characters is so important, and we just have not been getting that for so long. But I mean, just that little thing for Kaden and Katana, it might not have blown your mind, but imagine we do that for Randy. Imagine we do that for Cody. Imagine we do that for other people as well, where we show you what they get up to away from the ring. Like, think of the potential. Think of the possibilities. Think of the things that you could do. You know, what does Randy do on his days off? Where does he go? Same with, like, AJ Styles. Same with Cody. Same with the Creed brothers. You know, NXT, we see the Diamond Mine. Well, can we, where their dojo, where they train, like, can we get a bit of that? I'd imagine we will. Can we flesh some of these characters out? Can you show me some of their personality? Not just a promo and a match. Give me some more depth to these characters. And that is what they're doing with Shinsuke. That's what they've just done with Kaden and Katana. It's a real sign as to where we're going in 2024, and I am so here for it. It's going to make the characters so much more relatable, and it's going to make their stories a bit deeper. You're going to have that deeper connection. I know it sounds like a bit OTT, but I promise you, if done right, it really will make the world of difference. Sometimes the devil is in the detail. So, we're taking a look at WrestleMania week, which, as we know, it's going to be Smackdown and Hall of Fame on Friday. Then it's going to be NXT Stand and Deliver on Saturday. And then later on that day, it's going to be night 1. And then, of course, it'll be night 2 on the Sunday. And then we got Raw on the Monday. Busy. Busy. We're going to be busy little bees. Right, coming up next, CM Punk. Maxxine should have let Nikki put a curse on Rhea. We haven't seen Nikki yet, have we? Ladies and gentlemen, the man that calls himself the best in the world, CM Punk. Dun, 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 dun. Not a big reaction with people like jumping out their seats. Certainly, we've just panned the crowds. Nice reaction when he actually walks out, though. Here's where we are. We're in Cleveland, aren't we? CM Punk making his way down to the ring. Be interesting once the music stops. See if what the hell is that? It's an old CM Punk, like Teddy, I think, or something. Yeah, not the most animated of crowds that we've seen for him so far. There's a nice reaction, and there was a definite pop when he walked out. You can hear a cheer as well. That's better. There they are. There they are. There they are. And we've got CM Punk signs in the crowds. I think there's a sign that says it's my 30th birthday. Literally no one cares. Right, here is CM Punk and Adam Pearce in the ring. CM Punk, CM Punk, loud CM Punk chants. It is weird, isn't it? It is weird. I mean, it is true. When he came out, you weren't seeing people going, yeah, here we go. Everyone was just sort of sat there. But then, when he comes out, there's a pop. When the music stops, big CM Punk chant. And now they're making some noise. So they're just very respectful crowds. Just very respectful. They'll let you do your entrance and then they'll make their noise. Okay, let's see what he's going to say. I love you guys. Oh, thanks, mate. Cheers, buds. But the truth is, this town and this building has not always historically been kind to CM Punk. There's a lot of ghosts. I debuted in this building. I had Mickey James on my arm. It was so good, I got sent to OVW. For that. I wonder if Cornette was there at that time. I don't know if he was. I'd imagine at that point, everyone's just started to think about Cornette. He's so synonymous with OVW now. So, CM Punk recalling him being stripped of the title in this building. We know he's going to Raw, said Travis. I'm focused on everyone in this building. I'm focused on the here. I'm focused on the now. This is really interesting. He apologizes for walking out. He says he understands, but I think he still is saying I had to do it. You put together a really good offer. Oh, I hope he doesn't choose AEW. Oh, Jesus. If he goes to AEW. If Tony Khan comes out and signs him now. Gutting. Gutting. This deal is head and shoulders above the other deals, says CM Punk. But can I... I'm here to bury those ghosts. I'm here to right some wrongs. Future starts now. "10 years. Almost to the day. So he walked out in Cleveland, and now he's going to sign in Cleveland. The newest Raw superstar. CM Punk. CM Punk is home. CM Punk decides. Now, are we going to get Seth? Big CM Punk chance. He's got the contract. He signs it. He goes over to the corner. And we are getting Seth. Seth Rollins is interrupting now. Please, please get this right. Please get this right. Please get this right. I don't think I would have had him come out, to be honest, but CM Punk signs with Raw. It was a really great promo. I love him saying that he spoke to Indy. It's got to be Indy Hartwell. She said she felt betrayed when he walked out 10 years ago. And he said, I felt the same about Roddy Piper. But, yeah, this is a big moment, man. This is a big moment. He's not... do you know what? Not only has he come out, he's actually heading to the ring. I thought that he was going to keep his distance. But he's coming right down to the ring. He's going to get into the ring. So this is something people have really been waiting for. Seth Rollins, CM Punk, face to face. And Seth Rollins, that little bit taller. And look at this big match. Look at this. You've got Adam Pearce between them in the background. It's like two boxers ready to go at it. It's like the flipping weigh-in. Look at that image. Look at that image. Seth on the one side of the screen. CM Punk on the other. Wow. It's one of them moments in it where they don't need to say anything. You don't need to say anything. Maybe they just cut it here. I mean, maybe you just go to commercial. Perhaps you just cut it. Perhaps any kind of back and forth between these two right now, it wouldn't be the right way forwards. Oh, God, be careful, be careful, be careful, because this is so good. Oh, he is going to talk. He wants a microphone. Oof. Cleveland. Listen, who's not watching this right now? Who's not watching? Even if you weren't watching Raw, this is one of those segments where it's like, turn Raw on now! Turn Raw on now! Oh, let's go. The crowd are going crazy, says Moham Heads. Crowd are like 50-50, said AR1. Okay, here we go. Hope you know how fortunate you are. Can you do me one favor? Just one thing. Don't you dare call this your home. Don't you dare call this your home. Do me one thing, one favor. Don't you dare call this your home. Big CM Punk chant. Big CM Punk chant. You abandoned this place? Not only did you abandon it, but you also tried to tear it down. This is not your home. This is my home. CM Punk standing there with his arms folded. Seth said, this is not your home. This is my home. Everyone in the back are my brothers and sisters. This is our home. These are my brothers and sisters, and I will do everything in my power to protect it from people like you. This is so compelling. I'm going to say this with every fiber of my being. I hate you. I was expecting poetry. I was expecting something really, no, it was just, and not even delivered with any kind of, it was, I hate you. I hate you. Let me make this really clear. I hate you. The truth always comes out. This is your last chance. Either you'll expose yourself and self-destruct, this is your last chance. So either you self-destruct, or by some miracle, if you have changed, and you've got any gas left, maybe one day you'll be lucky enough and then I'll expose you for the fraud you are. I will wrestle circles around you. And then you'll know what it means to be the best in the world. CM Punk chants. So Seth finishes talking and we get some CM Punk chants. Super captivating. Edge of the seat. Are you done? Don't want to miss a single syllable. That's your one pass to speak to me disrespectfully. Where you at? Adam Pearce. CM Punk's entering the Rumble. And when Punk wins, and maybe it's you he's coming after, what do you think about that? I thought it was amazing. I was so worried they were going to get it wrong. And I must admit, there's only one bit that kind of made me like, oh, I don't know, I'm not sure about this. And that was the bit where Seth said, you know, I'll wrestle you and I'll show you up and I'll show you what the real best in the world looks like. That was the only bit where I was like, not sure. You know, this is the guy that was swearing at him, sticking his finger up, saying F you and everything. And now here he is in the ring going, I'll wrestle you and I'll show you up and I'll beat you and everything. But then maybe, you know, with time to think about it, he's thought, well, what am I so angry about? This guy, you know, with time to think about it and process it, maybe his position has changed from I don't want you here, go away, to now you're going to ruin this for yourself. I already know you're going to ruin it. you're either going to, which is what Seth said, you're either going to expose yourself and, you know, show that you are a destructive force and you'll end up getting kicked out, or you stick around and eventually we will fight and I will show you up. So I think we're seeing some development in Seth's position. Seth's position after Survivor Series was very clear. F off. That was his position after Survivor Series. I think that's not his position now. That's not his position now. His position now is not F off. He could have come out and been very clear, you know, F off. That's not his position. His position now is, he actually said, I want you on Monday Night Raw. And this was the only bit for me that I was like, oh my God, I'm not sure. You know, Seth saying, I want you on Raw and we could potentially have a match is very far removed from F off. That was the only part where I felt uncomfortable, and it worked. It worked. It's not a criticism. I'm not criticizing it. It worked. And that was not the weakest part, but the only part I felt uncomfortable. The rest of it was amazing. So even the bit of it where I was like, I'm not sure about this. Let me be clear, because people will think I'm hating. It worked. It was great. So, and that was the bit that I wasn't sure about. The rest of it, I mean, that is just edge of the seat. I want to hear every syllable. I want to see every mannerism. Give me the popcorn. Don't you dare disrupt me, right? Don't you dare, like, I don't care if the house is on fire. We watch this first and then we exit. It is call your friends. It is destination television. It is everything I was hoping, but it's not what I would have booked. I don't know that I would have had Seth even come out, to be honest. I think that I might have built towards that promo a little more than just giving it you straight away. I think they have maybe moved Seth's position a little quicker than I would have booked it, personally. I think we've gone from F off at Survivor Series to where we are now. But that's fine. I don't think it's that jarring. I don't think it's something that's terrible. Yeah, I don't have any criticisms. I'm trying to find the criticisms. I think it was compelling, well delivered. I think there's some real emotion behind what they're saying as well. I mean, if they are just the best of friends backstage, they have fooled me. They've fooled me, because I really buy and believe in that they are not great pals. Wow is all I can say. Wow. I mean, that might even be in the run-in for like promo of the year. If we look back on this year and some of the great promos that have taken place and some of those really compelling moments where edge of the seat, just you're eating every single syllable. That for me is right up there. That is right up there. Like, I wanted to hear every word. I wanted to understand everything they were saying. And I wanted it all to make sense. And I think it did. The only bit I would say is if anyone was like, hang on, the other week he didn't want him in the company, now he's happy he's on Raw. Yes, I hear you. I understand, right? I get that. That was my concern, but I can understand what Seth is saying. He is saying, you're going to ruin this. And if you don't ruin this, I'll ruin it for you. I'm so confident that I am better than you. I want you here because I want to be right here when it goes wrong. And it is going to go wrong. Either you are going to make it go wrong or I'll do it for you. That's his new position. That's where he stands now. And that is going to be a lot easier for us to get to the match that we're clearly building to. So CM Punk has announced himself for the Royal Rumble. Keep voting away in the poll. I put 3 options. I could have put more options, but simply put, was it bad? Was it good? It was okay. It was good. Or was it amazing? Where would you go on those 3? We'll keep it nice and simple. I suppose in a way, you know, good, average, bad we could have put as well. I just flowered it up a little bit more. Did you think it was okay? It was good? Do you think it was bad? Or do you think, oh my god, that was amazing? I know which option I would be selecting. I know where I would sit on it. I think that was... I think that's up there with one of the strongest promo segments of the year. Bronson Reed is going to be taking on Ivar next. Defcon said, Days, Raw and Nitros were always like this in the 90s. Defcon, shout out to you, buds. Why didn't CM Punk say Becky main evented Mania and Seth hasn't, says Anthony. I think we've done that. You know, he's kind of already said about how Seth isn't the man in his household. We've kind of already took that shot that Becky is the bigger star and whatever. So I don't know. I mean, we can go down that road, but I think it's a road. You know, that actually didn't really land for me on Friday. I think it's because it's low-hanging fruit, you know? We've seen other people come in and make that comparison. We've seen others say this to Seth, that he's not even the man in his house. He's not even the biggest star in his households. We've seen people say that. Was it Roman that said it to him in the build to the Rumble? About how Seth isn't even the biggest star in his house. So I feel like for CM Punk, that would be quite low-hanging fruit for him to grab for. And he made that comment on Friday. I think CM Punk is capable of better than that, is the truth. So this, you know, there's nothing here that I can point at and go, oh my god, they dropped the ball there, or this was brilliant, it's just this bit, I wish they hadn't have done that. I mean, as soon as Seth came out, I was worried. As soon as he headed to the ring, I was worried. We got the face-to-face, which was exceptional and brilliant, and at that point I was like, you could probably end it here. You could probably fade to black, go to commercial, and that's more than enough. Then when he grabbed a microphone, I was worried. There is so much that could have gone wrong in that segment, and for me it didn't. It was brilliant. Loved it. Loved it. I love CM Punk, said Johnny. But if he doesn't win the Rumble, I hope he does not choose Roman. He's not the right person to beat Roman. It should be Cody. I got some Hangman vibes from that, says Ecstatic. No halftime scores yet. No, it's a bit early. We'll do them. I hope Nakamura breaks down Cody to start his struggle towards getting the belts. Nakamura should pin Cody clean. Cody doesn't need to win and should be huge for keeping Nakamura's momentum, said Sebastian. Big men slapping meat right now. That's what we've got. LS Dub said, I think there are layers to peep back on this feud. Seth should turn heel throughout the course, because how in the world are you going to get the crowd to boo Punk? Oh yeah, you shouldn't. I don't know if you turn Seth heel, actually. It's a really interesting point. I don't know if you turn Seth heel or if you just stay with face versus face. I think people have got very strong opinions. Some people are, I get where Seth is coming from. He's been in WWE. I get why he is upset at Punk calling this home, and he is, you know, he's been entertaining us over these past 10 years. CM Punk hasn't, and he's right. CM Punk has actively been trying to do the opposite, actually, and been trying to work for companies that would bring WWE down. I think that is all true, but it doesn't take away from the fact that people love CM Punk and have wanted him back for the past 10 years. You know, for the longest time, there was CM Punk chants in WWE. They did settle down in more recent years, but there were CM Punk chants. So I actually don't know what the right thing to do there. I don't know if you do transition Seth into a heel and you get everyone behind CM Punk. You could definitely do that. Or do you go with the more unorthodox face versus face and you just get get people to back the person that they want to back? You know, do you just get, like, you know, if people hate Punk, then they go with Seth and they hope Seth wins. If people love Punk, then maybe they choose Punk. Or maybe you have people going, I just don't know. I don't know who to choose. I love them both. And maybe you have people that perhaps, I wonder if you do just kind of go with the Warrior Hogan situation and you just go face versus face and people just choose their side. People just pick a lane. Some will pick Punk, some will pick Seth, but everyone will still be engaged. Everyone will still, you know, pick a team, pick a side, pick a lane. Everyone will watch. I don't know that this one has to have a heel and a face. I really don't know. To be honest, I think the answer, if we're going to be honest, I think the answer is it doesn't matter. I think you can go either way. I think this is absolutely there to do a Hogan Warrior thing. You can easily do face-face. Or if you want to, you can easily turn. I think the one I agree, I don't think you can turn Punk heel. He's just getting such monster reactions. I don't think you can go down that road. But, yeah, I agree. I agree. I think that you can go and have a heel turn for Seth. I don't think you can do it for Punk. Or you can have them face-face. Oh, God, there's so much racing through my head. I feel like I need to do a quick video as well. But I've probably left that a little late. Let's do... I don't know what to do. It's left me all kinds of confused. I don't even know what to do. I feel like it's definitely a video, but I might as well just pull out what we've just said, because I'm only going to repeat what I've just said for the past 10 minutes. I might as well just pull this out at the end of the stream, mightn't I? Because I can't really say anything more than what I've just said. Everything I'm going to say, I've said. It was amazing. I'll do that. I'll put that on the second channel after. Oh, CM Punk is a much better heel than Seth, says Cosmic Tron. Turn Seth heel, said Eric. What if Seth teased a Punk heel turn, says Nelson. Johnny said Punk is a very good heel. He is, but I think trying to turn him right now when he's getting such big reactions, he is a good heel, but timing is important, and I agree. I don't think this is the right time to do it. I don't think now is the time. I think he's come back. He's getting good, really strong reactions. Selling, I'd imagine the merch sales are through the roof. I think there's a lot of goodwill towards him. And, you know, he's come back saying he loves the fans and all this kind of stuff. I think to now turn him heel, I agree, the timing on it doesn't feel quite right. He is a great heel. I don't dispute that for a second. And we might get there eventually, but like in the short term, I agree it's not the direction I would take it. There is Cannonball by Ivar. And Valhalla enjoyed that in the background. She was loving that. Punk versus Reigns at SummerSlam. Heyman costs Reigns the match, and Punk turns heel with Heyman, says Sebastian. At Mania, have Priest cash in with Punk is about to win, and have Priest win the heavyweight championship, said Richard. Whip out Sean Stasiak. Let's go. Days will be massive names in the Rumble. Is there any way that Dean Ambrose returns? Not for the Rumble, no. No, but I think he's under contract. Big shots coming in there by Bronson, and strikes coming back by Ivar. Mitchell says, don't miss my super chat. Let's get to Mitchell's super chat as Bronson is ready for a big move here. We're looking for it. Is this going to be a superplex? He's got Ivar up and over. Boom! Monstrous! Huge! 1, 2, 3, and it gets it as well. Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm not a fan of Ivar losing, but I suppose it's okay to someone like Bronson Reed. Ivar has been a real breath of fresh air since he's been presented as a solo star. But I think a big move like that, I know it's a superplex and people will be like, well, that's a finisher. Yeah, do you know what? It probably should be. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that as a big move. I mean, that is he bounces off the mat. It's a monster superplex. Both guys are still down and still selling it. I don't know what we do with Ivar and Valhalla. I mean, they just can't seem to get it to click. We're backstage with CM Punk. CM Punk. Here's Judgment Day. Where's Rhea? Funny guy. Welcome to our show, says Damien. Between us. Oh, God, look at Finn. I hope you finish the story, because I'll be the one waiting. Finn walks away. I'd have loved Finn and CM Punk just to have had a little moment. I think Finn should have just took a moment there. Instead, he just walks off. But I would have liked Finn to have walked past him, stopped, snapped the head to the side. Little look up and down and then carried on. Didn't get it. Doesn't matter. We're not building to that match, but that would have been nice. Finn Balor, CM Punk. Oh my God. I mean, the dream matches for CM Punk are just never ending. Oh, I know what I probably should do. I should probably do a video based on the fact he's gone to Raw. That's what I should do. Yeah, I should. Breaking news coming out of Raw, and it is that CM Punk has decided to sign with Raw. And this isn't the biggest shock in the world. We kind of knew that it was going to go that way, but we didn't quite know what we were in for, and what we were in for was a hell of a lot more. Seth Rollins came out, and there was a big interaction between them. It was a fantastic segment. I mean, edge of the seat, super captivating, some really interesting stuff said between them as well. But the bottom line was, Seth does not like CM Punk. Breaking news. He says, I hate you. And he said that I'm glad you've come to Raw, because you're either going to ruin this for yourself or I am going to ruin it for you. Even the face-to-face between these two was like a super iconic image and moment from this year. And so, you know, we're clearly on a collision course here. But this was just, I mean, this will be everywhere. Everyone will be talking about this. Absolutely fantastic moment. As I said, we're in December, the middle of December, and this genuinely felt like one of the biggest segments of the year, one of the biggest segments of 2023. If you've got a top 10 TV moments of 2023 video queued up, you might need to re-edit it now, because this one I think has got to make an appearance in it. But the other bombshell we got is that CM Punk is in the Royal Rumble. He has announced himself as being in the Rumble, and he says that he might just come for Seth's title. So CM Punk is on Raw. Seth isn't thrilled about it. And also CM Punk is in the Royal Rumble. I've just kept it light like that, to be honest, because I think I'll still pull that little segment out, because actually breaking the promo down and talking about the highs and the lows, and there weren't really any lows, I think I'd just be repeating myself if I was to do that. So we won't do that now. What we can do now, though, is halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores.
Let's go.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy?
go.
It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, get in your halftime scores. We are at commercial break. We've got Loop Girl with a 7. Ecstatic. Oh, wow, it's moving quick. It's moving fast. I probably should have been prepared for that. Announces for the Royal Rumble. Right, let's click over here. Mitchell, I've not forgot about your super chat. I am going to get to it. It's still on my mind. Okay, so we've got lots of 7s. Tingling with a 7. We got Marty with an 8. Ray with an 8. Cosmic Tron with a 7.5. Scott with a 7.75. Victoria with an 8. Very strong, says Matt. Mole Jam said, I expected a segment to be a 7. Nothing special. Raven said 8. Triton says 8. Schwerter Roy says 10. Alan, shout out to you, gives it a 7. Brony said 7.5. Scorpio says 8. Wisp said, what's your score? I am a 7. I'm either a 7.5 or a 7.75. I think this has been I've really enjoyed this Raw. I've really enjoyed it. I think the Shinsuke video package was amazing. The opening match was pay-per-view quality. The Seth and CM Punk segment, I think, is one of the segments of the year. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not like a giddy girl. If you've been watching this channel a while, you'll know that we don't tend to get that carried away. But there's been so much talk about CM Punk and Seth and actually seeing them confront, and to not really be able to find anything that let it that down. It just delivered. Wow. I mean, we're halfway through and I feel so satisfied with this Raw. This is not a Raw that you'd want to miss. Imagine if you woke up tomorrow and you saw all these highlights. All this stuff had happened. You'd be like... we got Judgment Day in the ring. Legend said 7. Mole Jam said 7. Mitchell said, I'm going 7.75. It might be the Majestic 8. It's been really solid. I agree. Normally I'm lower than everyone else. Normally I'm the one that's a bit more down on shows. There's a lot of 7s coming through. I'm above that at the moment. I've really enjoyed it. Even the Rhea Maxxine match, which was a down point, you know, definitely knocked scores off. Even that didn't outstay its welcome. And it might have set a little tease between Rhea and Ivy. Little R-Truth moment was all right. That was pretty fun. Video package for Caden and Katana, I appreciated. Right, we got Judgment Day in the ring. Dominic goes to talk and the crowd are booing him out the building as always. Even that little backstage interaction was great. Oh, here he is. So R-Truth's coming out. This isn't a holiday party, Truth. And if there was, you wouldn't be invited. So JD going off at R-Truth. Come in the ring. I want to hear what you've got to say. So R-Truth clicks his heels together. He's very excited at this opportunity. So R-Truth getting into the ring. But R-Truth is a national treasure, said Brony. Shinsuke and Cody will probably have more than one match and split wins, said TBH. Where is Rhea? Well, she had a match, didn't she? So she might be recovering from that. Let's hear it. We got to kick JD out. R-Truth wants to kick JD out. No one likes you. Seconds. DP. You gotta stop calling yourself the boss. It makes mommy mad. Mommy's getting upset. I understand why people like you. Finn likes our truth. I'm pretty sure everyone in this building. We get a what's up. Everyone loves our truth. I love our truth. Oh, except for me. Oh, no! No! Oh, no! They're attacking our truth. This will not be tolerated. This will not be tolerated. We need to... Someone save our truth. We need a hero. Who's coming? Who's coming out? The Creeds! Go on, the Creeds! The Creed brothers coming to save our truth. Oh, my God. Creeds have made their way down. Wow, I was really high on this show, but I didn't know I was going to be seeing our truth getting brutally attacked. Julius has got JD and Dominic on the outside. Gets back into the ring as Damien and Finn are being dealt with. Drop kick. Oh, well, that seemed to miss by a mile, but it doesn't matter. Damien Priest grabbing both of the Creeds. Brutus firing back, picking up Damien, planting him. Spinebuster. Creeds, man. Creeds single-handedly taking out the Judgment Day. Judgment Day have got a Creeds problem. Dominic said, I told you, you've got to be careful with them. So, Judgment Day watching on R-Truth. I think R-Truth's out. I think R-Truth just got kicked out of Judgment Day. Well, we're backstage with CM Punk. He bumps into Drew. I don't care about your story. I care about finishing my story. Day one edition of Monday Night Raw. Wrestle with Andy. They took your idea. Oh, Kofi. Day one edition of Monday Night Raw. No way. Wrestle with Andy. They oh my God, they are so watching. They're watching and they're like, okay, let's just put that down. We'll put that down, shall we? Day one edition. No, we can do that. Adam Pearce mentioned that. Do that. We're doing that now. Guys, we're booking the show. We're booking. Ah, now we got the girls. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ah, this is a goated Raw. This is a goated Raw. There's stuff happening everywhere. Can't even turn around for incidents. And Drew's getting a title match on a special show that we didn't even know was coming. I better not miss the little dance that Caden does. Party time. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, man. This is so good. I feel like every moment there's something else like that's a talking point. If I had to recap this show, I would need forever. It's like this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. Then we got this confrontation, and then this was said, and then R-Truth was attacked. Oh. Rob said, I'm a bit shocked, but round 1 is 1-0 to Seth, says Robs. Seth and Becky are going to re-sign. Where else would they go, said TBH. I love that dance. I love it. I don't know what it is about it. I think it's because it's just the least complicated dance ever, but she always does it. When Katana, like, just... and think about what Katana does. Katana just gets in the ring and lies down, and then in the background, Kaden's just like that. But I love how sometimes she even looks bored. Like when she... I love it. I love it. It's become a meme for me. Let's go. Nelson said, what if Seth teased a Punk heel turn? Now, we touched on that. I wouldn't do it personally. I think that I think it's pick a lane. I think that we've got two characters there that divide opinion. Certainly in CM Punk's case, but both have got like good support, passionate support, and I think both have got detractors as well. I think I'd just let it play out. I think rather, this is such a weird situation. It's not a normal wrestling situation. This has got some real life beef to it. You've got someone that's been a bit anti-WWE, but now has come back and is claiming this is his home. But the crowd aren't down on him. I mean, the CM Punk... I mean, Seth was talking, and there was CM Punk chants as Seth was talking. The crowd don't seem to want to position themselves to boo CM Punk. And I think that those that do can just back Seth. So I wouldn't go that way, personally. But, I mean, they could go that way. They could. There's nothing stopping them going that way. Right, we are at commercial break days. How many former stars that went to AEW made epic debuts, but that they never got in WWE? Universal title opportunities, universal belts are too undefeatable. I don't know what that means. Are you saying that, like, Miro and Andrade should have been champion? Because, unfortunately, a sad truth is that many people won't go on to be champions. Not everyone is intended for that level or seen as being at that level, as being a world champion level. You know, Mr. Perfect was never world champion. Rowdy Piper was never world champion. Jake the Snake was never world champion. There's plenty and plenty of massive names that were never world champion in WWE. It doesn't mean that they weren't legends or Hall of Fame talents or... You know, people that, you know, Razor Ramon was never world champion in WWE. Here is Chelsea and Piper. So, I don't know, it's hard to say, oh, Andrade should have had it and Miro should have had it and all this stuff. Maybe Miro, when Miro Day was happening, we could have found a way of getting him there, you know? But I think... I think that you need to prove that you are worthy of it before you get given it. It's a bit like LA Knight. LA Knight is proving that he has got the fan support, and he is proving that it's not a flash in the pan because he's still getting these big reactions months and months and months and months later. I mean, they started like March time, and since then he's continued to get these monster reactions. If you put the belt on him, you know that those big reactions are going to continue. I sort of feel like someone like Andrade, what did he ever really do to warrant getting that title? I don't think he ever really did anything. He had some great matches, and we could have got behind. Look, she's doing the dance! Indy was doing the dance! Everyone loves this flipping dance. Chelsea laughing on commentary. We've got the current champions on commentary. George the Animal Steel was never champion, said Prince Moolah. That is true. Same with, I mean, Paul Orndorff, Superfly, Jimmy Snuka. I mean, just some absolutely massive, massive names. Candice has been tagged in. So it's not, it's just not something that's everyone, it's not like everyone gets a go. You've really got to be doing some stuff, and it should be hard. I think, look at Sammy. Sammy has been on the main roster a long time. He's never been a world champion. He's come a little close, and there's people that would love to see him achieve it. But, yeah, it should be difficult. Oh my god, that looked... Oof. Net breaker there by Candice as Indy tried to get the cover. To the outside goes Caden. Oh, spinebuster by Indy. Indy round the back of Caden. Caden rolling through, rolling up Indy. Comes with a kick. Tag. Candice is in there. We got a net breaker by Caden as Katana delivers a splash. 1, 2, 3, and that'll do it. Little flat, to be honest. These two are, or these teams are capable of better than that. Do the dance, do the dance, do the dance. We got robbed of it. We were at commercial break, so we never got to see it before. So Caden and Katana are going to be going up against... Chelsea and Piper. I'm looking for Nikki. This feels like the kind of thing Nikki would be in the background of. DIY. Oh, I think she is in the background. Is she? Oh, no. I thought she was. There was a woman that looked a bit like her that was working to the side, but I think it's just a woman that works in wardrobe. Who is your mystery partner? Oh, we've got a mystery partner. Let's go. So the Imperium are here, and they're talking about how... Oh, here's the Ring General. Let's go. Let's go. Good luck. Who are they going to get? Who's going to be their mystery partner? Okay, so they walk away. So is this going to be the 3 members of Imperium? Oh, there she is. In the background of Becky's little walk. That was a real obvious one, wasn't it? Watch it be Punk. Probably be The Miz. The Miz would make sense, wouldn't it? That's a good shout. The Miz would make sense. Look in my eyes, what do you see? A really good segment with me. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Really good. Really good. How long we got? We got an hour. Oh, I don't want it to end. I'm having the time of my life. Nikki couldn't remember a locker combination, said Mitchell. She did look lost, didn't she? She was like, oh God, what is it? 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 Actually, she'd gone past that point. She looks like she gave up. She was just sort of leaning there like, it's no good. Those sandwiches are done. Right. Mitchell said, this Punk-Seth feud should be real versus real. It should be a step beyond face versus heel. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. It's funny, innit? I mean, like, AEW, I remember Cody making that comment of saying, oh, we don't have faces and heels and everything. I remember there being a lot of criticism of that, and rightfully so. Because the industry is built on that, you know. But he was like, no, we're just going to have real people. We're not going to have faces and heels. People are just going to be themselves. And to be honest, that's not how it went. But that, I think, was an early vision for AEW. And it was criticized and it was derided. And, yeah, I don't know if I disagree, to be honest. I don't know that I disagree with people being down on it at the time. But for this feud, I actually think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think you've worded it really well. Real, make it feel as real as possible. Don't just force someone to be heel because we need a heel. Let's like we're doing with Drew. You know, Drew's a heel, but you can see where he's coming from. And I think with this, let's just tell some truths. Seth don't want him here. Seth don't like him. CM Punk regards this as home, and he's not lying. It's not really worked out for him well elsewhere. This is probably the best where, you know, he spent the most time. He loves the fans. The fans are loving him back as well. Like, I agree. I don't think we need to shoehorn it and make it, like, you know, something that it doesn't need to be. I think it's super captivating as it is. But Nelson said, what if Seth teased a Punk heel turn? I think we answered that one. Richard Banbury Paranormal Investigation Unit, the RBPIU, said, Dave, sorry for being late tonight 4 months ago. Listen, RBPIU, I know that you have a lot going on. There is a lot of things that you need to be investigating. So if you are here, that's lovely. If you're not able to make it, it's not a problem, my friend. I know you're a busy boy. Days, how do you feel about the Royal Rumble not being as predictable? I don't know that it isn't, is it? The fact that we pretty much know it's either Punk or Cody is annoying. Last time it was a surprise was Nakamura. Well, I think Punk, Cody are the front runners. I think that it may turn out to be neither. And it could also be someone like Gunther. I mean, Gunther was actually a firm favorite not long ago. So, I don't know. I don't know that it is predictable. Sometimes we go into it knowing who it's going to be. I mean, like, Drew winning was not the biggest surprise. He was a firm favorite and we believed it was going to go that way. Cody winning it was not a surprise. So I would say we're going into this with not an outright front runner. Right now it would feel like Punk. But, I mean, clearly it didn't feel that way before Punk returned at Survivor Series. So it feels like Punk, but it could be Cody. And they could pull a swerve where it's Gunther. You know, if Seth loses the title before WrestleMania, then we could get Seth Punk at WrestleMania without a title being involved. Punk wouldn't need to win a Rumble then in order to get that match. And Cody can win Elimination Chamber to get to Roman. So we could end up with someone like Gunther winning it. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's been more predictable than this. So I'm all right with it at the moment. Honestly, I think we're in a good place with it. It's going to be really difficult to do a Rumble where you just don't know at all. Where, you know, there's always going to be favorites. I mean, you're always going to have an idea as to where we're going for WrestleMania. I can't see us ever being able to not do that. So there's always going to be favorites, but can you get enough contenders in the pot to make it so that there's no out and out favorite? Here's Becky. Here's Becky. Big Time said, I've been critical of not only the wrestling, but the repetitiveness of Raw. But this week I'm giving it an 8.25. They're giving us so much juice. So much juice, my content, and it's hard to find anything bad. I agree. It has not been just match. There has been a much nicer balance this week. I mean, honestly, if there was going to be a template for a Raw that I would like to see repeated throughout 2024, this is it. This is it. This is what I want. So they're showing, boom! November 12th, 2018. A very iconic moment. Maybe the biggest single moment in the women's wrestling history. Either that or Becky winning the main event of 35. For the last 5 years, Nia and I have been missing each other. Oh. Nia is a woman so unlikable, even her own knees wouldn't stand up for her. She likes that. She's pleased. She's pleased with that joke. Here's Nia. Stand up Becky Lynch. That's what we need. James said, in my opinion, Chelsea has been the best rehire. What do you think? Well, I agree. I think she's been brilliant. I mean, maybe CM Punk beats her now. Maybe CM Punk gets the edge, but actually looking at those people that got brought back, I think Chelsea's been fantastic. It's funny, isn't it? Because she jobs out, and again, you know, you talk about someone that's nowhere near winning a women's world title, but it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, she provides something that was really needed. She brings some humor in the women's division. I don't know why he didn't bring back Billie Kay, but you know, Billie Kay could have done a brilliant job as well. I think she's pregnant now, though. Right, here's Nia. I'm here in front of you and I'm better than ever, says Nia. That punch. That was a lucky swing. A lucky swing that almost ended your career. And I didn't even get all of it. Imagine if I punched you with my full force. You wouldn't even get up. I mean, this was a long time ago. This is a contact sport, yeah. God, sport. We said sport. We said the word sport on Raw. I might die of just joy. It's a sport. It is a sport. I think Nia, there's a real argument Nia should win this. I feel like it's really obvious Becky's winning. But Becky shouldn't run through everyone. She should have someone that gives her trouble. Why not make that Nia Jax? Why not make Nia the one that she can't get past? It's been a while. Raheel, shout out to you, buds. It's about getting knocked down and getting back up. That's what the man represents, says the man. It's about getting back up and fighting like hell. That's what I've done my whole life. But you and your minions have spent years saying that Becky Lynch isn't a main event star. Hard to remember what's been said. It's been over 5 years. That's what makes this a trickier story to tell. You need me? Yes, you do. Yes, you need me. Yes, you do. You don't need me. Let's go, Marina Shafir. I know it wasn't the exact same words, but it was close enough. You need me. Yes, you do. So we got a few little, we're building. It's not quite Seth CM Punk, but what I need right now is for you to shut up. I came here looking for a fight. Becky came to fight. Did Nia come to fight? I mean, she's in a ring gear. She's got boots on. Becky's not in a ring gear. Becky's like, come on, hit me. Hit me. Becky chance. Hit me. You need this more than I do. And Nia walks away. Nia walks. I would have Nia go over Becky. I'd have her go over Becky and I'd have her look damn good doing it as well. And I'd get her out of whatever that ring gear is. Looks rubbish. Right, we're backstage with this woman. And this guy. Jackie Redmond and Cody Rhodes. CM Punk. CM Punk. Nia's facial expressions have been fantastic and on point, says Dortnight. I'm happy for USA. Does he mean the network? And I'm happy for CM Punk. Or does he mean the country? I'm happy for the USA. I'm just really happy for America right now. If Shinsuke hadn't misted me in the eyes, I'd be a lot more excited. A 14-year legacy in Japan before he even came here. He's vicious. It's Monday Night Raw. It's Cleveland. Cody walks off. Okay, now we're getting that Imperium. 6-person tag, so I think this is Gunther, Ludwig, and Giovanni. Taking on DIY. And a mystery person. Which, as the chat said, think it could be The Miz, which would make sense. Kind of funny, though, because remember, one of Johnny's biggest feuds was him and Dexter against The Miz. And now they're teaming together. It's like nothing. There's no consequences in wrestling. Enemies become friends. Friends become enemies. At the drop of a hat. Right. Nakamura should win. It would help him a lot more than Cody says, Kim. Yes, I agree. I really don't want Shinsuke to lose clean, but Cody should win, says Brony. Cody versus Shinsuke, the main event. We are finally out of the Judgment Day 6-man tag matches. Oh, God. Everything about this week's Raw is the template. This to me, if someone was to go, look, we're going to base 2024 on a Raw, can you point to a recent Raw that you think they should base it on? 100,000% this one. 100,000%. We start off with a pay-per-view quality match. We have some vignettes which are giving us some more depth to the characters, like we saw with Shinsuke. Like we saw with Caden and Katana. There was a big, juicy promo segment. We're building up stories as well, you know. I mean, we've just had Ivy Nile step up to Rhea Ripley. We can expand on that. We've had the Creeds going after the Judgment Day. We can build on that. Like, but we're continuing feuds. So we're starting feuds, and we're also continuing feuds. Because obviously we've been building up Shinsuke and Cody for a few weeks, and we're continuing that, and Jay and Drew, which opened the show, so we're continuing that. So we've got fresh things starting, we've got things continuing, we've got little surprise moments, we're building up the superstars with the vignettes. This, I mean, I don't know if I'm just lost my mind, but this is as good a Raw as I've seen in 2023. I don't know if I've lost my mind. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think it's brilliant. I think it's a really solid show. I mean, I was at a 7.5775. I think I am in the 8. I think I'm at the 8 period now. Like, we're getting this match, and there's a mystery person here. It's got a bit of an intrigue to it. And we've still got Cody Nakamura to come. I am thoroughly entertained. Thoroughly entertained. Brony said it might be the Raw of the year. Well, I'm sure people are like, nah, there was this Raw, there was that Raw, this was better, that was better. That's fine. But for me, this, I mean, even if we're not saying this is Raw of the year, right? Even if we're not saying this is Raw of the year, I'm happy to say that this would be in the running for me. And this would be one at the very least that I think deserves a mention. I've really, really thoroughly enjoyed it. With how long to go? About, what, 47 minutes or so to go? And you just don't expect that from December, to be honest. That's not what I was expecting from December. You expect that on the road to WrestleMania. Mitchell said, I think this Raw is going to reach the rare 8 club. I think you're right. If we want to talk about areas that we could have strengthened, I think the Maxxine match, we could have strengthened that. If you want to be super critical, maybe the Jey Uso promo and maybe a little bit that Drew said could have carried a little more impact. It was good. It was fine. It was solid. But I don't know that it was like earth-shattering. Maybe we could have dropped some in there that, like, you know, maybe like whoever lost the match, there would be some repercussion, or I don't know, maybe there could have been some added spice. There was I don't think there was any like kill shots in there. Maybe something could have been put in there that was a bit, oh wow, that's you know, certainly compared to what we were getting between like Seth and CM Punk. There's been some great backstage little interactions as well. CM Punk bumping into Judgment Day, CM Punk bumping into Drew, us finding out about the Day 1 special Raw, which we didn't know about as well. I mean, there's just been a lot. There's been a lot. As I said, even if you wanted to recap this show, I think you're gonna need quite a bit of time. We always say, to put it into another context, always looking for talking points. And you know, there have been Raws, and not even like that long ago, where I don't know what I need to make a video about. There's Raws where I'll watch them and I'll be like, I don't know, that's not really worthy of a video. That's not worthy of a video. I think tonight I could have made about 20. If I really wanted to. If I really wanted to, like, make a video after every talking point, I could have made loads. Here's The Miz then. So it is The Miz. The Miz making his way down. It makes sense. He's been in a feud with the Ring General. This is a random team, though, isn't it? It's a random team. Michael Cole says, how is this going to work? Don't know, but The Miz is pretty pumped about it. So The Miz is making his way down to the ring. I'll tell you one thing that I would like to see, but I don't need to see, and it doesn't affect my score. But in 2024, I'd like to see a regular talk show segment. And I think I would like to see it by someone that's not a wrestler as well. Like we've said before, like an RJ City kind of person that's going to have a regular talk show that's got a bit of personality to them. They can bring on guests, and those guests can be interrupted and it can still lead to matches. It's not the host that has to be part of the match that follows the segment, you know? I suppose we've done it in the past with Brother Love. Brother Love had a segment where he would bring people out. He was never involved. Well, I think did he have a match? I can't even remember. I'm sure he must have had a match at some point, but yeah, it was Bruce Pritchard. I think I'd like something like that. And we did Rogers Corner as well. Buddy Rogers was the first champion, WWE champion, because the lineage goes back to the early 60s. We don't really go back before that. And he had a segment called Rogers Corner. Big right hands. And he wasn't an active wrestler at the time. So, and we've had some classic ones by active wrestlers like Piper's Pit. And I was just thinking about it because Miz, and obviously Miz TV has been a big one. And you could continue to do Miz TV, but I don't know, I think I'd like to have a look at someone else, to be honest. And I want a set. I want a proper set. I miss that as well. If we're really doing some good stuff, and we are doing some good stuff, let's get a proper set back. Do you remember like Roddy Piper's Pit with the backdrop and everything? And do you remember the one when it would look like a castle? Do you remember that? That was flipping amazing. Or even the barbershop was amazing. Even that was awesome. Let's see if we can find like a picture of the Piper's Pit. Piper's Pit. WWF. I want to find like the one when it was Andre Hogan. I don't know if there's going to be a wide enough image, to be honest. Is that the one? Give you an idea. Are you after a job? Oh yeah, I'll do it. Oh, I'll do it. That might be perfect. I'm too old to be a wrestler. Yeah, guys, they need, I'll tell you what they need. They need to do a talk show where someone that's, you know, got the ability to talk and is comfortable in front of a camera. I don't know, maybe like someone on YouTube that does live streams. They should get a show on Raw each week where they don't have to wrestle, but they get to, like, you know, just do a talk show segment. Someone that, you know, is very clear and can communicate and is used to talking to people and knows the wrestling products. And I don't know, it's hard to, I don't know who. There's no names coming to mind. Oh, I'll have to have a think. Yeah. You know, someone like RJ City, someone, you know, a little bit of a personality. Some people think looks cute. I don't know, each their own. This is what this is what I was referring to. You can see I've gone for the high-res image, but actually from this angle it doesn't look as good. If this is it looking at the side, if it was actually a little bit more central, then you would see the pictures and the detail. But it had like arches that the wrestlers walk through, and it was all detailed and everything. It was quite impressive. It had like, it was weird. It was like the inside of a castle. And it had like a tartan carpet and like ye olde kind of furniture, like wooden seats and all this kind of stuff. It was sick. Some of the sets they had in the past were really good. And obviously the barbershop with Marty Jannetty got put through was really cool. I mean, I've got another image here of Roddy Piper. This might be when they introduced the Andre 87 belt. We spoke about that in, oh God, what was it? It was the unboxing video. We spoke about that. But there's one there. This is a sharper image. There you go. That's a slightly different angle. But, I mean, look, you can see, like, the set goes all the way round. If you think about Miz TV, that's just... Think about Miz TV. I mean, it's him in the ring. I mean, the Grayson Waller's got a bit of a set, in all fairness, but it's still not on this scale. But look at this. We've got, like, a ye olde table, a wooden chair, candlestick stand in the background, tartan... cloth on the wall. There's a picture in the background. The wrestlers come through this archway in the middle, and there's even, as I said, there's a tartan carpet, and there's other bits and bobs there. Like the attention to detail on some of these sets was sick. I'd love to see like something like that. And I feel like, you know, there's enough stuff that you lot are talking about that then is ending up on the shows that I think I can only imagine they're playing this stream backstage. So, if you are watching, yeah, we need a talk show, yeah, maybe a YouTuber could host it, I don't know, but we need a full set like that. We need something fun. Let's go. And we need foam fingers back as well. We need foam fingers. There's not enough foam items in the crowds. Back in the day, we used to have Hacksaw Jim Duggan's 2x4. There was a foam urn. What could we have now? We could have... What could we have now? We could have Drew's swords. We could have Drew's swords. We could have... Do people really have objects these days? I suppose they don't. You could have a dumbbell for the creeds. Imagine a foam dumbbell for the creeds. That'd be good. That would be good. Could you have some... I don't know. Could you have some foam shades or something? Fun for the... Who would have them? Seth? Seth would probably have something outrageous like that. I could see him coming out with some foam item as a item of clothing. Or maybe the new Bobby Lashley group. They're looking quite sharp, aren't they? Bossman used to be able to get like a foam nightstick. Foam fingers are brilliant. Love those. But like the foam objects you used to get. We need to bring this back. Why aren't we doing this now? Suppose there's less weapons that get brought to the ring, isn't there, really? A hammer for DIY. That's good. A hammer for DIY. Enziguri kick. A briefcase. Oh, what, a foam briefcase for like Damian Priest. That could be fun. To the outside goes Johnny. Boom! Top rope Enziguri. We got 36 minutes to go. Oh, and through the ropes goes Johnny Gargano. 2 and save Giovanni Vinci. If you don't do anything with Bo, you could use the Funhouse as a backdrop for that talk show, said Blip. That's interesting. That'd be a great background. That was part of the reason why I love the Funhouse, actually, because it's a full set and it is reminiscent of those ye olde Piper pits where you've really gone for it. You know, it is in a way its own world. Miz on the outside of the ring and Gunther on the other side. Miz wants tagging in. Gunther wants tagging in. Both of these two in the ring. Duck underneath there by the Miz. Miz is unloading on the ring general. So Miz unloading away on Gunther. Don't know how I feel about seeing Gunther getting battered in the corner by the Miz. As Miz comes in, collides into Gunther. Look at that, man. He is pumped. He is pumped. Oh, Enziguri. Goes up. Springboards. Cross body there by the Miz. Shots coming in by the Miz. Jeez Louise. Miz is all kinds of fired up. Maybe you could get some little foam tiny balls for the Miz. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Imagine foam scrotums. Fun for all the family. Kick coming in by The Miz. Big shot there by Gunther. Ah, into a crab. Into a Boston crab. Running knee by Tommaso. Big high-low by Imperium. Of course, Tommaso and The Miz have got quite the relationship. Big Time said, Twitter continues to be a sad app. As great as the Seth Punk segment was, pathetic people are claiming that Seth stole lines from Hangman Punk feud and are calling it plagiarism. Well, I'd have a look. I'd have a look at that. I'd have a look to see if how much was taken. If it's just the odds thing that is so coincidental, then it's one of them. It's like when Corey made a reference to CM Punk. It did feel like that was a bit too on the button for it to be a coincidence. And I said, I think what the reason why he's done it isn't because they're actually trying to tease his arrival. I think he's doing it because he wants to trend and he wants to get a talking point. So if it will be a shame if it turns out that big chunks of that have been like taken elsewhere, but I don't think Seth would do that. It's probably just the odd line at a guess that was coincidentally similar. 1, 2, 3, Miz with a skull crushing on Giovanni. It is important who it took the pinfall because, of course, Ludwig has been letting down Imperium. This time it's Giovanni. So Miz and DIY, a fun match. A fun match. Pick up the victory. I came to play. Are you going to make Christmas pudding? No, well, no, definitely not make it. If we were going to have it, we would buy it. My mom is very good cook, actually. She's very good at, like, you know, doing little cakes and stuff like this. But, nah, we'd just buy it. It's better, isn't it? Piper Niven, Chelsea Green against Caden and Katana next week. Judgment Day against the Creeds next week. Tag titles next week. Vince McMahon fears Doug McClear sign. Who's Doug McClear? Who's Doug McClear, please? Vince McMahon fears Doug McClear. I think literally the whole world just went, who's Doug McClear? Doug McClear. I don't know who that is. There is a Doug McClear on Twitter, though, that talks about wrestling. Who the hell's Doug McClear? He's got 642 followers. Do you reckon it was just a way of promoting this this account? Do you reckon it was just that? Look, this person, Doug McClear, 4,300 posts. Is it this person? I mean, it's a cool account. They're talking about Gorilla Monsoon. I got love for that. Gorilla gains title shot, faces San Martino on December 11th. Imagine that. Bruno against Gorilla. They did face each other a few times. I don't know. Maybe this isn't the Doug McClear you're looking for. Seems a bit weird, though, doesn't it? That we've got Doug McClear. "13 hours ago. Don't know. Don't get it. She meant Doug Funny. Vince McMahon fears Patty Mayonnaise. Oh, God, that's good. That's good. That's good. Master Taker. That's brilliant. Guys, I'm going to show you one of the best things I've seen today. One of the best things I've seen this week. That is how it would be if this was AEW. Although saying that, she'd probably be twirling in the background or twerking or doing something. God, it's just crazy, isn't it? Crazy. That's the AEW way of doing things. This is what it actually looked like. That's what it actually looked like. There was no one there in AEW. That's. Ah, very good. Very, very good. I don't know, Master Taker, if you created that or not, but it was brilliant, and I have shared it. And I hope you get all the likes that you deserve on that. And you deserve a lot. Very good, very good, very, very good. Yeah, I want to know about the Doug guy. Where the hell is Dexter Lumis? Where is Dexter Lumis? I don't know. I've just put Vince Spears in. Is there anyone but us talking about it? Maybe not. Perhaps it's only us that are talking about Vince Spears, Doug McClear. Yeah, seemingly no one is talking about it. I just put Vince Spears in and no one's talking about it. Well, sorry. I'm glad you liked that picture, said Travis. Oh, it was good, man. Is that you? I don't think I know who. Some of the names don't tally up with people that are on X that are on in our community. Very good. It's very good. Vince sadly fears nothing. Okay, earlier tonight. Where are we? We are... If you're mad about it, you better learn to love it. Cody. No. Yes, it is Cody. Cody versus Nakamura. Our main events. Oh, what a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive. The only thing Vince fears is the postman waiting for paralegal letters. Nice. Trini said, my part-time job in school was in catering. That's why I took food courses and I developed a love for cooking. I did catering to buy my first apartment, but I prefer working with numbers. Trini, thank you for that insight. Carlos said, why would you want... It's gone. Why would you want... Let's go down. Why would you want... Here we go. Why would you want 3 people in the match? Will they throw one out and the other one gets pinned? What, 3 people? Are we talking about doing Cody, CM Punk and Roman? I wouldn't do that personally. I really think singles matches are so much better than like triple threats or fatal 4-ways. Sometimes less is more. All right, we're backstage. Oh, shouting. Miz steps up to... He wants an Intercontinental Championship match. You are a pain. Do you know what? Championship match. One condition. If I beat you, which I will, Okay. As long as I'm champion, you cannot compete for this belt again. He should start doing that. That'd be good. Because then he'd start getting rid of, like, challengers. Imagine that if, like, every time you face Gunther, you either win or you can never face him again for the title. You know, I just don't know who's winning that one. I'm so adamant he's losing it soon. And he really could lose it before the Rumble. I think Miz has got a chance. I think Miz really has got a chance. I don't know. Triple H has got me guessing. Have you seen an MJF Cena photo? I haven't. Sean just broke the internet. Sean just broke the internet. What's he done? Is it? No, it's not a spoiler, is it? Is it a spoiler? Oh, the picture. Is this what we're talking about? Bum, bum, bum. Cody Rhodes. Well, this is definitely going to get some traction. There we go. Okay, so Cody is making his way down to the ring. I appreciate people letting me know about these things. I mean, for me personally, I look at it as they're two guys at a film premiere. I mean, you can see it's for Iron Claw in the background. I mean, you could make the argument it would be more of a talking point if they didn't shake hands and they were both there, you know? So it's one of them. It's like, it's news if they do, and it's news if they don't. But it's a good image. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know where the image came from. I got it from Sean Rossat. And courtesy of you guys letting me know. So I really appreciate it. Okay. Cody versus Nakamura could be a great match, said Sean. Is this the main event? Well, I hope so. Otherwise, this ain't getting much time, and neither is the next match. This could main event lead to something, or is it just going to be a banger, said Wrestle Spoof. I think either, to be honest. They've got time. They've got 20 minutes, so with commercial breaks and everything, you could easily have a good 12-minute match. To be honest, if they do end it here, what are we going to do with Cody between now and the Rumble? So I think there's probably a chance that this is going to be the start of something. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Dropkick by Cody as Nakamura goes down. So I'm expecting banging match. I'm expecting a really good contest. But Cody wins and we just move on. I don't know. I don't know, because then what do you do with Nakamura and what do you do with Cody? I think this feels like something that's probably got a little bit more in it than just this one match. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Big knee strike there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke with a drop kick as Cody goes to the outsides. Meltzer was speculating that Nakamura saying chaos was an Okada tease, said Anthony. James said Sean Rossap trying to wrestle Shazza is embarrassing. Kim said either Gunther should win the Rumble or, hear me out. No, I'm not gonna. Hear me out. No. La, 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 la. Oh, comments gone. That's a shame. William said, I want to see Nakamura win. He does these vignettes, then loses matches. I want to believe that Shin is an assassin. I want to believe he is deadly. I was only joking, by the way. I want to go back to that Kim comment. Either Gunther should win the Rumble, or, hear me out, Shinsuke or Drew wins the title. Hang on, it's one of them that I've got to... It's an unpacking it. It's one of them where we have to go, hang on. So, either Gunther should win the Rumble, or Shinsuke or Drew wins the title. Then we do Gunther, Shinsuke, or Drew at WrestleMania. Or Priest cashes in and Balor wins the... Oh, Jesus. Go, I'm out. I can't follow it. There's Balor's and there's Shinsuke's and there's this and there's that. It's... Oh. I really want to understand it. Now I'm going to try again. Gunther should win the Rumble and Shinsuke or Drew win the title. Okay, so then we get Gunther versus Shinsuke or Drew. I'm up to that bit at WrestleMania. Or, so ignore all of that now. Priest cashes in. Balor wins the Rumble. And then we get Finn versus Priest at WrestleMania. Got you. It became a lot easier once I just disregarded everything from the start of the comment and just real dialed into the second part as its own separate message. Guys, please remember, I'm a simple being. I'm a simple man. It's hard for me to understand anything longer than, like, 5 words. If you start introducing more than 2 wrestlers, I'm lost. I'm all at sea. I can't work it out. I would be no good if I had to try and crack the like German codes during World War II. I'd be like, I don't know. There's more than 3 characters here. I don't stand a chance. Judgment Day are going to attack Cody and lead to a 6-man tag match. You see, I can follow that. I'm hoping this rivalry goes into the Rumble, said K-Dub, because Cody won't win back-to-back Rumbles, and it looks like Punk is going to be pointing at the sign at the end of that night. Let's have Cody, Shinsuke at the Royal Rumble. Did you hear about Dem Boys thing today? Was that the one with WWE on Fox? We covered it yesterday, if it's that. WWE on Fox referred to Bobby and the Street Profits as Dem Boys, and Briscoe got upset. And then a few hours later came back and was like, yeah, I've calmed down a bit now. I was just upset because I'm still thinking of my brother and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's just one of them things, isn't it? I don't think that clearly... you'd have to be mental to think that WWE on Fox meant any disrespect to the Briscoes. I mean... You'd seriously have to have a screw loose if you really believe that they were trying to throw shade on the Briscoes. I mean, the truth is, they probably did not know that that was, like, you know, a saying that was synonymous with them. Or if they did know, it just, you know, didn't quite click as they were typing it. Because if you're so into, like, WWE and what's happening in WWE, I could understand that you don't watch other promotions. So yeah, it's just one of them things, you know. I think you're gonna get some unavoidable things like that in wrestling. I don't think there was any disrespect meant for it. I think Briscoe went off a bit at the deep ends. I think it's good that he came back and was like, hang on, I've calmed down now. It's not that big of a deal, but you know, I still didn't appreciate it. And I don't know, maybe it's one of those that WWE on Fox could just delete the message, repost it with a different catchphrase instead. You know, maybe that would have been an adult way forwards. But I think it didn't really spiral out of control that I saw. I think cooler heads prevailed, which is good. Right, we are back from commercial break. We got 14 minutes to go. Cody is in the middle of the ring. Shinsuke working on Cody's arm. I tell you, looking at the little graph that shows how many people have joined us tonight, you can see Seth and CM Punk, real spike, and then it's kind of petered down. A little lift for this main event, but nowhere near the peak that was Seth and Cody. Seth and CM Punk. It's too many people. Right. If Drew attacks Cody to end Raw, said Anthony. He doesn't need to. He's got a title match with Seth, and they've already announced that for the day one edition of Raw. Nakamura getting back into the ring. I'm down for Brock coming back during a CM Punk match. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be great. Nakamura in the corner with a Kinshasa knee strike off the turnbuckle. Shoulder up by Cody. Wade Barrett said that was a sloppy cover. Nakamura backing over. Nakamura in the corner. Michael Cole said he calls it cocky. Drop kick there by Cody. Cody trying to get back up to his feet. They need to bring back bra and panty matches, says David. It would definitely make this match more interesting. Big Time said, I've tagged you in a tweet posted by someone who tweeted it, and it's getting traction. You see both 15-second clips playing in the one tweet. Well, I will have to look at it after because of copyright reasons. If we were to play it during the stream, it might flag. So I will have a look at it. Cody is bringing Shinsuke in the ring, but not quite. And he tries again. This time he gets him up. Oof. Kojiko! Path to the math. With the cash. With the hash. Do not come with me because my poop is brown. I pooped to my stomach aches. Pickle, pickle, pickle. Popling. I don't know why. I found that quite cute. Pickle, pickle, pickle. Poplink. Poplink is that's like a really fun name for a show, isn't it? Hey guys, welcome to Poplink. We're going to run down the top 100 Billboard chart. At number 100, Cardi B with her new song called Vagina. Vagina, vagina. I love my vagina. She does all that, doesn't she? Meow. Cody going against the ropes. Poplink. Let's go. Suicide dive there by Cody into Shinsuke. Shinsuke goes down against the barricade. And we go to commercial break. Q the Light Knight said, it's like Elon said, first few testing is okay to fail. It's about learning. Big life lesson. Psychemy said, is Jade debuting in the Women's Rumble? I don't know. I mean, I think she'll be in the Women's Rumble. Whether that's the first time we see her, I'm not sure. But I think she'll be in that match. I mean, we've hyped her up so much, it would be strange for her to not get one of the 30 places. We've signed this massive female. Oh my God, she's the future. It's amazing. Well, she's that good, she can't even be one of the 30 women in the Royal Rumble. A Royal Rumble that has seen NXT talent included in the past. Like, that would be strange. So she's sure to be in the Rumble, surely. But is that where she makes her debut? I don't know. I'm looking at NXT. I mean, I thought there was a good chance she'd be at Deadline, and she wasn't. But could she be at New Year's Evil? Could she appear there? Because I did forget about that show. It's not as big, though, is it? I mean, it's... I don't know. Don't know. What plans do they have for her? Where is she going? Is she going the main roster? Is she going to NXT? These are the questions. I would put her in NXT. And I'd have none of her lip. But it's good to have a dream, says Elshawn. It is. Thoughts on Brock's daughter? She would be huge for WWE. She'd be great in WWE. I've never thought about her in WWE because she is not really doing any wrestling. So I've never really thought about her coming to WWE, but she would be fantastic in WWE. I'd love to see it. Yeah, I mean, didn't she just set like a shot put records in college? I mean, if you've never seen her, no disrespect to her, she's a female, but she looks like you imagine a female Brock would look. In your mind, if you've never seen her, imagine Brock with long hair, and you're pretty much there. So yeah, I mean, she would be incredible in a women's division. Incredible. I've got to think WWE would be very interested. It's something she could do, but she's not doing wrestling to my knowledge. She's doing shot put and stuff like this, which makes me think if she was really into wrestling, would she not have done it at high school? And would she not have done it like now in college and everything? So it sort of indicates to me that I don't know that she's got the passion for it, the interest for it. She might have the interest for the money, though. I've got to think there's more money in WWE than being a professional shot putter. Don't care how good she is. Maybe she wants to do the Olympics first. Perhaps she's thinking, well, I'll put everything into being a shot putter. I'll go to the Olympics, try and get gold. If I do, if I don't, whatever, I'll give it my best crack. And then I can always go to the performance center. And then I can be a wrestler and make loads of dollar. If that's her plan, that's not a bad plan, is it? It's not a bad plan. Can't get a gold medal at the Olympics for being a professional wrestler. You can for being an amateur wrestler, though. But, I don't know, perhaps she just loves the shot put. Shinsuke down. Cody down. Punk is 45, said Tipsy Jack. Punk is a boomer. That's quite an age gap in it, actually, between Punk and AJ Lee. 9 years. There's hope. There's hope for all of us. Wrestlandy said, Days, your dong dominated the Octagon. Thank you. At the weekend. Maybe there's a shot at the strap in the future. Well, I believe so. This community has always been behind your dong. And has always embraced your dong. And I think there is a great opportunity that your dong is going to have something wrapped around it very soon. Let's go. Cody and Shinsuke battling away. Crowd a little quiet for this. Even though it's had a great build. Right, here we go. Nakamura is got a Kirakuda clutch applied. I don't know. Cody is trying to get out of this. Middle of the ring at the moment. I said it to point out that there's still plenty of time for Brock's daughter. Yeah. I mean, she's college age, so... I mean, I don't know what age that is. 18, 19, something like that. Oh, yeah. Loads of time. Shinsuke is on the back of Cody. Boom! He drops Shinsuke down and it breaks the hole. Cody trying to battle his way in. Do you think CM Punk and AJ Lee's age gap is bad? I have seen Brock and Sable. Well, I don't think it's bad. It's not an issue for me. It's just probably not, like, it's wider than I thought because AJ turned out to be younger than I thought. So it wasn't until the other day when I just happened to check her age because I wondered, like, you know, could she come back? Could she recover from, like, any injuries she's had? And I saw she was 36, and I was like, no. In my mind, she was 40. In my mind, she was, like, even 38 would have surprised me. 36, I was like, no. She's younger than Becky. She's younger than Charlotte, and she's younger than Becky. She's not younger than Becky by much. But, I think we're talking months. But, yeah, I mean, she She could be like well in this division right now. This is her time. So no, I don't think it's a problem. As long as they're both happy. That's all we're looking for, innit? Just looking for happiness, and they've both found it. God bless them. But it is a wider gap than I thought, because I didn't think AJ was that young. Crossroads, no joy. Shinsuke, oh, missed! And it's going to be a DQ. Oh, God. Do you know what? Where does he get that miss from? There's so much of it. Big knee strikes coming in by Shinsuke. Oh, red poison mist. Didn't Muta have different coloured mists? Muta had different coloured mists, so if ever he hit you with a certain colour, it did something a little different. We've never done that. But red poison mist. Imagine if he sprays him with blue mist, and that's like refreshing. He sprayed him with blue mist. That's actually a refreshing spearmint flavour. But this is red poison mist. Red poison mist. Yellow acid mist. Look, it's a great mist. There's loads of it as well. Loads of it. He spat in his face for about a year. It was like projectile vomiting. He's gone out. He's grabbed a chair. Tajiri had 3 colours. It was red, green, and black. Is that who I'm getting confused with? Here's the creeds. God, the creeds are everywhere. The creeds have come racing down. I can't remember. Am I getting confused with Tajiri then? You'll have to tell me. Did Tajiri's have different effects? I can't remember if it was Tajiri or if it was... perhaps it was both. Perhaps Tajiri based it on Muta. Perhaps he based it on the fabulous Moolah. Yeah, the creeds are everywhere. Man, the creeds with Cody's a good look, innit? I'm loving this. God, we're really getting behind him as well, aren't we? People are booing Shinsuke as Shinsuke walks away. I don't know, you know, it's weird. That's a weird main event. I mean, it was fine. It was entertaining. It was, you know. But, did it actually just take away from the Raw a little bit? I don't know. I think we knew that this was going to continue. As we said, like, what do you do if Cody just wins? So Cody does win, but he wins by DQ. Clearly the feud's not over. Clearly this is going to continue. So it's probably the right thing to book, to be honest. Here's Shinsuke. We're going to get a post-fight attack. I suppose the problem is that the end result is you go, oh, okay, that's what they've done. Okay. It's not like, oh my God, this is amazing. It's not an OMG moment. I suppose the OMG moment is the amount of mist. Yet another obstacle. Helen Hart with the assist. James said it makes sense. We could do Brock's daughter against Rock's daughter at SummerSlam. I think it was good stuff. We were just full by the time we got to the main event. Maybe that's right. Raw's ending brings it down a little, says Alan. Seth and CM Punk are whiny, said Mr. Quake. Nakamura will pin Cody at the Rumble, I'm guessing. Well, do you know what? I'm going to go over to that second channel and I'm going to put a thing up there. I've got to tell you, I am also keeping track of scores now. Right, I'm also keeping track of scores. So I have got listed all the recent scores that you lot have been voting on. And I've got a list so that we can see the best shows ever. So I am going to continue to do this throughout next year. So your votes do actually matter. They do count.
Hey.
It is contributing towards something. I will show you the lists. Can I show you the lists? I should be able to show you the lists. I will show you the lists in a second. Unfortunately, we don't have tons of shows on there because we haven't been doing this scoring system very long. Score WWE Raw. Do you think this was an all-time episode? Do you think this was great? Do you think this was good? Do you think this was okay? Or do you think this was bad? So that is up on the second channel, where I want to find the list. I got all the shows. I listed them in order. Show scores. Show scores. Let me find a media. Feel free to put them in the chat here as well. Window capture. Let's go. There we go. So it didn't loads, but how I do it is the column that gets the most votes, the one that wins. That is the word that goes next to the show. So if good gets the most votes, then good is the one that has been selected. And then what I do is I add the percentage of good and great and all time. I add all of those together, and that gives us the score. And so that is going to allow me to rank the shows, basically. So if good wins, which is the third option, the middle option, well, then that's going to be lower down than if great won. And it's going to be lower down than if all time won, right? I hope that makes sense. So it's about which of the 5 gets the most votes. That's the word that goes next to it. The harder one to explain is the percentage, but there is a system. It does make sense. So I've got these ranked in order, so you can see that Smackdown just on Friday, that actually got 49% of you voted. It was an all-time episode. 49% of you voted it was an all-time episode. That was Friday's Smackdown. You can see that NXT No Mercy got great, 80% great score. And if you look at Deadline, which was over the weekend, unfortunately, that didn't reach great. It was good, and it was 95%. So it was very close to getting into that great region, but it ended up being a good score. And these aren't my thoughts. These are your thoughts. These are your scores that I've taken and put into this thing. So it's funny, but like you can see that Payback was very well received. Fastlane just that little bit below. SummerSlam, Crown Jewel, like this is really good. We can get the shows, every Raw, every Smackdown, every premium live event, we can rank them against each other using this system. And I will continue to do that all throughout 2024. We will continue to do that. So I'm really into this idea. I'm really into collecting your thoughts, and we will continue to do that on the second channel. I don't really want this channel to just be flooded with scores. We might as well use that on the second channel and then take the data and we can show it on this channel. That way it keeps it clean on this channel. We don't have all the scores bobbing around on this channel. So that's why we put it on the second channel. Plus also, there's people that don't know where the second channel is. So once you've found it, then you know where to go as well. So it kind of helps with that as well. So, yeah, if you want to vote away for Raw, over on the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips, over on that second channel, you can vote right now. The score will be collected. I'll leave it 24 hours before I collect the score. By that point, most people have had their say. And then I'll add it to that list and we can keep a running tab of things. Get in your scores, get in your scores. I'll tell you, for me, this does... I am going to say that this reaches the 8 Promised Lands. I think and I will say this is one of the best Raws of the year. I think it's one of the best Raws of the year. I was thoroughly entertained. There's not many moments where I find myself getting bored. I think really the low point you might say was Maxxine and Rhea, but it was so short that it really can't bring the score down that much. It was a little clunky. I don't think Maxxine was ready for that kind of a spotlight. I think maybe we've learnt that now. But I think it was more a way of getting Ivy Nile in the mix. So we got the Rhea Ivy Nile confrontation. So we ended up getting to that main event. I don't know what it was about the main event. I don't know. I thought it was fine. I thought it did probably what it needed to do, but I don't know that it was the cherry on top of this show. I think this show was really good, really entertaining. So much happened. I wouldn't even know where to start to break this thing down. So much happened. I think that it is just there. It's fine. It was okay as a main event. So that was a little bit of a shame. I think I would have loved like a pay-per-view quality match with the crowd going crazy. I think there might be some truth in the fact this Raw was so good that like the main event just really struggled to kind of go to a different level, if that makes sense. So it was good. It was fine. I don't know if it takes away from the score, but I don't think it adds to the score. So for me, I'm going to say this ends on an 8. I'm going to say it ends on an 8. And the reason why we got to the hallowed 8 was because I genuinely think Seth and CM Punk is one of the strongest segments I've seen this year. One of the strongest promo segments I've seen this year. I think it was compelling. Edge of the seat. I wanted to see and hear every single second of it. There's going to be a lot of opinions about that segment. I'm interested to see this comparison to the Hangman segment. For me personally, it's going to need to really be something obvious for it to take away from that segment, because I was so entertained by what I just saw that unless it is very obviously ripped away from the Hangman promo, then I don't know. I'm not gonna. It's gonna have to be something really. Oh my god, yeah, that is just completely stolen. If it's just a coincidental thing, it ain't gonna land for me. I think that was a really good segment, so maybe there's still a chance that the score could be ruined if it turns out that Seth did just rip it from Hangman, but I'm thinking that's probably going to be largely coincidental stuff, to be honest. But we'll see. Do you think that who do you think wins? I think either Cody or Punk. My pick right now would be CM Punk to win the Rumble. If Days gives it an 8, you know that's got a whole weight. He never throws that number out there. No, true. An 8 is not a score I give. I've said before, an 8 is for me, if a show to get an 8, it needs an OMG moment. Like, you need, in order to get an 8, the show has got to be solid from start to finish. You can't be having segments that stink the place out. I know that people might go, but what about Rhea Maxxine? My counter to that was, it was not long enough to really derail any scores. It was super, super short. There's a couple of clunky moves in there, and it's done. For me, in a 3-hour show, it ain't enough to like derail things. Yeah, it brought the score down. This is why we're not higher. It brought the score down, but it's not enough for me to not give it the 8. And if people go, well, where's the moment that unlocks the 8? Well, for me, it's Seth and CM Punk. Seth and CM Punk provided a segment that I think stands up there with any segment in the year. And then the in-ring was really good. I mean, Drew match was really good. Imperium and DIY and Miz was really fun. Main event was fine. I just don't think it was the cherry on top, that's all. And then you've just got backstage segments, you've got vignettes, you've got announcements, you've got confrontations, you've got CM Punk bumping into Judgment Day, bumping into Drew. You're just finding out about that Day 1 Raw. CM Punk announcing for the Rumble. It's just, we ate good, man. We ate goods. I really think we ate goods. I don't feel like I need to justify the score to you guys. I don't sense that people were like down on this show. Normally we can do halftime scores and we get a lot of 6s. There wasn't. There was 7s and 8s at the halftime point. Now, whether the score just stayed that way for many people or whether it lifted, I don't know. But for me, I was like 7.5, 7.75. But the more that we've kind of looked at what we've been given this week, I think I come back to what that point I made earlier, which is if ever I wanted them to base next year's Raws on a Raw, it would be this Raw. It would be this Raw. This is what I want Raw to be like every week. And I feel like this is achievable. I feel like this is what Raw can be 50 odd times a year, you know? Yes, it's going to be difficult to have a CM Punk, Seth Rollins segment as engaging as that every single week. But it doesn't have to be them all the time. It can be other segments. We can build up. What about if we do Becky Rhea? You know? What about if Roman makes an appearance? What if Brock comes back? Like there can be 50 moments in a year for Raw that does the same kind of thing. You know, a call up, a surprise appearance, a killer promo. When I say killer promo, I don't mean a good promo or a great promo. I mean a promo that we talk about at the end of the year. Like, you just need 50 moments, and then really solid show with vignettes and solid matches. And honestly, if you can put that together, and it's easier said than done, but if you can pull that off, then that is far and away better than what we have been receiving in recent times. And I can't see any reason why 2024 can't deliver that. So yeah, it gets the hallowed 8. I'm giving it the hallowed 8. I think it would be a shame for me to sit here and say this was, for me, one of the best Raws of the year. I really enjoyed it. I was really entertained from start to finish. Love the Seth CM Punk segment. We got some really good in-ring, blah, 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 blah. 7.5. That would be a real shame, I think. That would be a real shame. I think the score has to reflect the amount of work that's gone into it as well. There's so much work that's gone into that. That's not a show that you can just chuck together. That's got pre-records and everything in it as well. Like, there's thought and work there. Loved it. Yep, really, really enjoyed it. And I think what's even more exciting is there is clearly room for even better. Because that main event could have banged harder. And that Rhea segment could have banged harder. And there's, like, you know, maybe the promos at the start of the show could have banged a little harder. And they laid out R-Truth. They beat up R-Truth. I mean, that was a fun little moment as well. And the Creeds the Creeds come out of this looking really good, don't they? The Creeds come out of it looking really good. Big Time said Sable is 60 and Brock is 45. People have encountered the couple thinking that Brock is walking down the road with his grandma. Liam said, I think we see Rollins versus Punk at WrestleMania Night 1 and Roman Cody at Night 2. I would prefer them to change it up and go WrestleMania Raw and WrestleMania SmackDown instead of 1 and 2. I give it an 8, says Liam. That's interesting. WrestleMania Raw and WrestleMania SmackDown. So you do all the Raw matches on Night 1, you do all the SmackDown matches on Night 2. It's interesting. Don't know how I feel about it. Don't know. The only thing I would say is the match that's going to main event Night 2 is probably always going to be the Roman and the undisputed title. So does that mean that the women of SmackDown would never get a chance to main event? That would be my only question. If you was to change it that way. I mean, you could do it for this year because I don't think anyone's expecting Io, if she is going to be champion, to main event one of the nights. So, I mean, that's fine. But as a long-term thing, that would be my only concern. Whichever has got the big Roman face of the company, like, those people know. But then you could counter it by saying, well, when WrestleMania was one night, people knew that match was going to close the show. People knew that, so, you know, people knew that they weren't main event in WrestleMania, so it's no different than how it used to be, is it? That would be a very fair counter. That would be a very fair, so maybe there's something in that. Maybe you do Raw one night and you do SmackDown the other night. Maybe there's something in that. Never thought about it, to be honest. I like it. Good episode. I got bored because I was tired, said Noah. Punk had an in-depth promo and then Seth come out saying, this is my house. This is my house! I want Face Bailey versus EO. I think you could get it. The only time the women main event is when Roman isn't closing the show. Liam said, I wouldn't do it every year. Just like once in a while. Okay. Why does every time AEW mention WWE, they are taking a big shot? What quotes have you heard that AEW mentions WWE so much? Well, I mean, there's been lots of mentions and references. I mean, Tony's been very vocal on Twitter. And there's been stuff by CM Punk, obviously. We know that Cody broke the throne. We know that MJF has made comments. So, I mean, there's been lots of references coming from AEW. Not so much coming from WWE, but WWE, of course, Triple H made a comment at the Hall of Fame. That's one that people tend to point to. So, you know, it has been on both sides. But I don't know. I think WWE don't need to do it. I said this before. They don't need to do it. And to be honest, they don't really do it. They don't do it all that often. It is more from the AEW side, I think. If people want to say I'm wrong, that's fine. But I think I could find more examples of AEW stars having little digs at WWE than WWE doing it to AEW. And WWE don't need to do it. I've said it, they're punching down. And even if you are a hardcore AEW fan, you've got to know what I mean by that. I mean, AEW has only been around 4 years. Its big show can't even get 900,000 views a week, Dynamite. And we're comparing it to, like, Smackdown that's getting 2-point-something million, right? So WWE, it'd be petty for them to be doing it. I don't think they should do it. I know it's something that wrestling fans wet their knickers over. Oh my God, did you hear that? He just mentioned this. But I just think it's petty. It's petty. You don't need to do it. I'd much rather focus on WWE and focus on the stories that we can tell. You know, as Punk said, I'd rather focus on the future. And do you know what? Part of that might be because he's not allowed to talk about AEW, as has been mentioned by Mitchell and these NDA things. So part of it might be, I can't talk about AEW. Maybe if he had more freedom, he would. But to be honest, I'm glad he doesn't. I'm glad that we don't get that. I know there was a little reference to him punching people backstage on Friday. I didn't think that was a very good line. I thought his promo on Friday was good. I thought it was fine. I did not think it was anywhere near as good as other people. Some other people thought it was incredible. I didn't. I thought it was a little tame in a few places, and, well, we made our feelings clear on that. But, yeah, I'd much rather he focus. I thought what we got today was so much better than him coming out and just taking some shots at AEW to pop a few marks. Like, forget that. Much, much more engaged with what he's doing at the moment. Like, him and Seth. Let's go. So, yeah, I'm glad we don't get it. Honestly, I'm glad we don't get it. I think it would be a real shame if that's the path that we went down. Wilfredo said the Creed saved R-Truth and Cody Rhodes. It was a big night for them. It was a big night for them. Right, let's have a look and see what people thought of that segment today. I don't know that people share the same enthusiasm that I do. It's still come out good. I mean, look at this amazing promo today, 66%. Good, 29%. Bad, only 4%. So, I mean, people thought it was either good or okay or better, 96%. So it definitely landed. It's just how good did you think it was? So, and that was nearly, well, over 750 people voted on that. So, got some good feedback on that. Jim said Punk is saving his AEW stories for his biography. Yeah, he probably is. You're probably right. Right, well, we are done. It was a real treat to spend this time with you. A big thank you for everyone that joined us. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with Wrestling Escape Pods, which is going to be at 11 over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. We'll talk about anything and everything. We go wherever the conversation goes. It might be wrestling. It might not be wrestling. We do strive to talk about wrestling, but if we don't stick on that topic for long, it's not a problem. But you know, we'll be talking wrestling tomorrow on NXT when we do the NXT stream, and of course, that is going to be the fallout from NXT Deadline. So, thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it. We are back again tomorrow, of course, aren't we always? And have a great evening wherever you are. Bye for now.